Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
All right, guys, welcome to court. Iowa, happy to see you. Thank you for being here. Guys, we have Brian Higgins taking the stand today, and we are a little bit behind, so we'll be able to fast forward through all the delays and whatnot as we've done before. So let's go ahead and see if we can get started with the hearings. Perfect timing. Good morning, Candace. Happy to see you. Thank you for being here. Super Planner Girl, shout out to you as well. Happy to see all my friends.
Have any business before the
Here we
Honorable
go.
Beverly Cadoni, Justice of the Norfolk
Different
State
guy.
in the County of Norfolk. You are near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
As I always say, even God can't save them.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Okay, we're going to
Adam
see.
Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Name Ms. Reed. Good morning, Next witness, please.
All right,
Yes, Your
here
Honor,
we
may
go.
we approach just briefly?
Oh,
My apologies.
okay, let's go forward. See, this is why it's great to have a little bit of wiggle room in here. Yep, because you never know. Sometimes, these approaches. Okay, there he is. Here we go. Here he comes, Higgly Wiggly. Wiggins. You guys think Brian Albert Sr. wrote him like a good luck love letter?
Good morning.
With hearts on it?
Good morning.
And like sparkle pens? Check the box, yes, if you love me, no, if you're not interested. Oh, hi, Black Witter. Happy to see you, my friend. Best Witter. Wait, you're Black Witter again.
Anytime
Friend
you're
in
ready,
the
Mr.
house.
Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your
Hello,
last name?
everybody.
My
Good
name is
morning.
Brian Higgins, Higgins.
Higgly
And,
Wiggly.
where do you live, sir?
Barnstable County, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
I've owned that property since approximately 2018.
That's not an answer to the question.
And, do you
Wait,
work
what? Wait,
I do.
what?
What do you do for work?
I'm a special agent
That was
with the
weird.
United
You-
States.
Like already right off the bat, he's like, "Where do you live?" And he's like, "I owned this property since whenever the fuck." Okay. I mean, I guess they could have objected to like non-responsive there, but that's just weird.
It's Department of Justice, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
We're well aware.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 15 years.
Now, sir, prior to that, prior to your employment with the ATF, what, if any, other...
He looks just like how I expected
what-
him to look. What about
What
you
did you do
guys?
for work before that?
I was a lieutenant with Cambridge Fire Department.
And how long were you a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department?
I was a lieutenant probably for about 8 years. Total, I was... with
So we have to do our tradition here. So let's say find something nice to say about him. Here's what I can say about this witness. I appreciate that though he's a beefy man dude, whatever. I appreciate that he's not afraid to show his softer side, being affectionate with things such as wrestling, bear hugging, slapping people on the butt, that type of thing. So, yeah. Let me know, guys, if you have any other thoughts. DSN says started over in the STS chat. Interesting. Do you mean much different from the way it's been previously, or much different from here? But yeah, well, I'm glad you're here. That's awesome. Wouldn't be the same without you.
Cambridge
Same with
approximately
you guys.
15 years.
That's true.
Now, at some point, did you reside in the town of Canton?
I did.
And when was that? Sort of what year to what year?
Lolly.
I think that it was shortly after my sister passed away. So it was probably 2017 I purchased that house, and I sold it in January of 2022.
And do
You
recall,
sound
was that
this
early
is interesting. He's really all about buying and selling houses. Like he's not really saying like where he's living, but like it's interesting. Is he like a part-time real estate agent? Like what's going on here?
January, late January?
On or about January 5th.
And when you sold that property, did you move down to Barnstable County or did you live somewhere else as well?
For a period of time, I rented an in-law apartment in West Roxbury, and I had my property on Cape Cod as well.
Wow.
And
So
that
he's,
in-law property
that's
in,
interesting.
West
Cape Cod's
Roxbury, that was
expensive, right, guys?
as well?
Yes.
He's got money, I
Now,
guess.
sir, if I could turn your attention to January
Huh.
28th, 2022.
That is interesting, because law
January
enforcement
29th
typically
of 2022.
doesn't make that much
Recall those
money,
dates?
right?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week those were?
I believe the 28th was Friday and the 29th was Saturday.
That's what I thought.
If I could
That's
take it back
crazy.
just to at least a day or so before that. On the
Very good.
Tuesday the 28th,
Thank you,
on the
Blackwater,
28th,
for
what
chiming
were you
in.
on that
He
day?
does have an expressive forehead, for sure.
New York City.
And why were you in New York City, sir?
I was in New York City for the funeral services of Officer Mora and Rivera, who killed in the line of duty.
And fair to say there was a large contingent of.
Shout out to the Big Apple.
Yes.
New York, New York.
People from Massachusetts.
Yes.
And
Let's
when
share in the
did you go down to
news.
New York City?
I believe it was the 27th
We know all this about the funeral, but
of
you know,
February. Might have been Thursday.
it'll be interesting to see if he gets to
So,
the vehicles.
Was there a wake and a funeral?
There was a wake in the funeral. Some people went to the wake, some people went to the funeral. There was services in over those couple of days.
And you went to the funeral on the 28th, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point,
Thank you, Nightbot.
do you make your way from New York City back towards Massachusetts on the 28th?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time of day that was?
Late morning, possibly.
And why is
Oh.
it that you were coming back on the 28th specifically?
You guys, you know what we're getting. We're gonna have it pause. You know what he's about to ask him about. Hold on. They're about to talk about the road trip. So did he also happen to take this trip with the road trip crew? Because it's really, I mean, I don't really know. Is it really a road trip's not a road trip without the road trip crew? You know what I mean?
The anticipation of a blizzard.
And how did you, you drove, is that correct?
I drove my government vehicle down
No,
to
he walked.
New York for
and
the
the car drove
services.
itself. Wally.
And what kind of government vehicle was it that you drove down and back?
That was a Dodge Ram pickup.
Now, on the way back, who, if anyone, came with you for the ride back from New York City to Massachusetts?
My lover.
Brian Albert, Kevin Albert,
Brian
and,
Albert Sr.
Eddie Hernandez.
And who were they to you, and what, if any, relationship?
Let's see. Is Putin the third row? These are important questions we have here. So hold on. Yeah, this is a special road trip style tractor. You guys probably haven't heard of it. I believe that they've only made one in the history of time, and it was owned by Alec Murdaugh. So it had a special third row just for Poot there in the back. Oh, also, you guys can't probably see it, but there is a safety belt for the shrimp weasel. Don't worry, he's not going to fall off. He'll be fine, even at high speeds.
Do they have to your work in law enforcement?
Well, first and foremost, they're all friends. Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton
It is
Police
a nice lapel pin. It's
Department.
understated. I appreciate it.
Brian Albert was a sergeant detective with the Boston Police Department.
Today's
Eddie
D17.
Hernandez, also a detective with the Boston Police Department.
Happy to see you, Fender. Shout out
And
to
how
India.
long had you known each of these individuals?
So out of the group, Eddie Hernandez would be the person that I knew the longest. I had worked with him back in the early 90s at the Mass General.
Wait,
Then it would
Mass
probably,
General, like the Mass General store? Do you guys remember when we did the little tour of Boone and I was talking about the Mass General store? That's weird. I'm sure that's not what he means, but it sounded like it.
be Brian Albert. I may have had some contact with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department, assigned to the Fire Investigation Unit. And then Kevin Albert would be probably the last in the three that I knew.
Now, speaking to the Canton
Yeah,
Police
the
Department
General
at
Hospital
that
makes more
time,
sense, DSN.
As far as your
However.
assignment went with work, where was it that you worked out of, or where was sort of your base of operations, so to say?
Canton PD, I had an office there.
Okay,
How was
this is
it
important.
that you came to have an office?
This is important because we need to know why he offender, it is 9:52 in the morning here and also in Canton. I'm sure it's varying for everybody else. But this is really important because as we know, he showed up, for anyone who doesn't remember, he showed up after the house party situation at like 1:30 a.m. and they have the key card or whatever going to the police station. And nobody at this point in time knows why or how he was able to really like gain that access or go. Like we know that we've heard like he from time to time was able to go in, but it was still kind of sketchy. So it'll be interesting to see what he says.
That relationship was through Chief Berkowitz, born through a tragedy.
Wait, that what?
When my sister passed away,
Oh, that's
we
where I
became
thought this was
friends.
going.
And
Holy shit.
he offered up the space because I had also moved there. So
That
it was,
doesn't
it,
really
it was close. It was a jumping off
answer the
point.
question as to why you need it though, but okay.
And, were you the only federal agent that
It
had?
sounds like a fake. Okay,
and police
let me tell you.
I was the only one.
Here's what I make of that. Instead of actually giving us like information as to how he uses that office or why, it sounds to me like trying to, he's trying to say, oh, there's a tragedy. Obviously, I mean, I think that goes without saying why that would be the answer. But what you can still take away from that is it sounds like he got a favor, right? Like because he had this tragedy, Chief Berkowitz did him a favor. And we know Chief Berkowitz is all up in this entire investigation and all that. So, yeah, I mean, it sounds like he, Chief Berkowitz pulled a string and did him a solid, which is interesting, right? Because that already goes right into the defense's theory of the case. There's some level of corruption to which we aren't entirely sure yet, right?
One that had an office. I believe there was an HSI agent that might have had some access there to come in, hook up his computer and stuff. And there was also a
Yeah. Can anyone refresh my memory and for Fender as well about Chief Berkowitz? I know I'm trying to remember. He's come up a lot. I can't remember exactly. I'm sure somebody in the chat will be able to remind both of us as to Chief Berkowitz's involvement specifically. So yeah, let us know. Right, of course. Well, yeah, I mean, but technically they shouldn't be really doing, if he's not supposed to have access to it to the police department, he shouldn't be having access to it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's the impression I've gotten so far is like, that's not typical. If you're an ATF agent, you're a separate department. So that's why it's weird a little bit. Yeah, Trooper Proctor, I can't wait to hear from him as well.
an MBTA police detective, transit police detective, who also had access there, but I was really the only one that maintained a desk, so to speak.
And as far as your
Right.
work or familiarity with work, as far as federal law enforcement officers, is that abnormal to have
Here we
access
go.
to a local
Here we go.
PD or have
Okay.
an officer desk there?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, it's not abnormal to have space within a department that you work closely with.
We'll see what happens on cross with that.
Now, as far as the ride back is concerned, when you
That's right.
drive from New York City back to
Thank you, DSN. I had a feeling you would know. He's the one that found the bits of taillight. Of course. Okay. Right. So Chief Berkowitz. So as we know, all these witnesses so far testified they didn't see any taillight that night or even like that morning when they were doing the snowblower or leaf blower and all that, the red solo cup. So they didn't see any taillight. And then it was sort of part of this entire thing, how like mysteriously a couple days later, 48 or something, 47 pieces of red taillight show up. By the way, if anyone noticed, there's some additions to the thumbnail. Did anyone happen to notice any new additions? But yes, after a few days, correct. I know. So he's the one that found it. So, okay. Yeah. So I was on the right track. He's definitely involved. That's sketchy as fuck. Blackwater, I'm sure you look beautiful as always.
Massachusetts. About how long a drive was that?
So typically it'd be I'd say like a 4-hour ride, depending on traffic.
Oh, they're talking about
This was
right?
longer, and I would also factor in the fact that we stopped and ate on the way back.
And when you arrive back to Massachusetts, where specifically in Massachusetts is it that you first go?
So the first place that we went was a Boston Police Department district in Charlestown, where Brian
that's-
Albert
least
and
that's
Annie
consistent
Hernandez
with what
had
Brian
parked
Albert
their
Sr. said.
vehicles.
Now, as far as you know, had they driven down to New York City, or how would they come to be in New York City? If you know?
Good job, DSN.
I believe that
Correct.
Brian Albert, Eddie Hernandez, and
Anything
Kevin
else?
Albert all
Yes,
flew
correct.
down to New York.
Anything else?
And they drove back with you because of the storm. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, after dropping them off there, where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police Department where I dropped off Kevin Albert, and then switched vehicles, got into my Jeep Wrangler, and I traveled up to the Hillside in Canton.
Now, as far as traveling up to the Hillside in Canton, who, if anyone, did you have plans with, or who, if anyone, did you?
You guys notice anything else in the thumbnail?
Brian Albert agreed to meet me there.
And
Dude,
as far
Fender's getting a
as,
new tattoo. Hold on.
switching
Stop
from-
everything. Fender, that's sick. What are you getting? I love it. I want a new tattoo. I love. Yes, correct. That's right. I actually found, it was not easy to do. I actually found pieces of the red taillight. I mean, not hers, but were pieces of a broken red taillight. And there's a couple of those also in the thumbnail. So thank you for noticing. Cool. A unicorn. Where is it? Tell us. Would love to know more about this unicorn. Also, if you feel so inclined, you can also post pictures in the Discord if you feel so inclined to do so. Would love to see.
From your government vehicle.
I take it it's
to
not your
personal
first tattoo
vehicle, is
also,
that
right?
correct?
Okay.
Yes,
And why did you do that before going to the Hillside?
Great minds think alike.
because I was technically no longer on duty, so to speak, even though I had been at a funeral. But, you know, I knew I would be consuming alcohol, and we have a policy against that.
Now, as far as vehicles related to you, whether they be personal or work, and
Yeah, the-
Canton PD, how many vehicles?
The car did look fine in the jury view. And the only thing is, if you could see the taillight's just completely missing. But remember, they removed the taillight. And so according to that dude, the same dude who was on the stand with the solo cups, I always forget his name. He testified actually that they removed the taillight. I don't really know why you need to remove it, but that in doing so, it's splintered or scattered into a bunch of different pieces at that point. So the taillight is really kind of missing. In other words, what we saw in the jury view is not even exactly how it looked initially, but it's like they took the taillight out. But yeah, there's really no other damage. I think there's like a little ding or whatever, but I don't think that anyone's testified that they even know what that came from. So yeah, correctly. Yeah, correct. It was removed. Right. I know. Yeah. And of course the road sodas, so to speak.
Did you have at that location?
So
That's
I
fine.
would have had my
There.
government truck that I parked
Yeah,
there.
definitely
I would have had a surveillance vehicle that I parked there. And at times, it would sometimes flip in and out between a pickup truck that I had and the Jeep itself.
He has 3 vehicles?
And the Jeep
Jesus.
that you were driving that night, can you describe the Jeep, sort of what did it look like, what kind of Jeep it was?
So it's a 2011 Jeep Wrangler, gray in color. And at the time that I was driving it
You say gray?
on the 28th and the 29th the next day, it had a plow on it.
And
That's what she said.
The plow that you had affixed to the Jeep Wrangler, is that how big a plow?
Oh my God. That's what she said.
If I was to guess, it was probably 6 feet 8 inches.
That's what she
I
said.
believe they make them in 2
Wow.
formats, 6'8" and I think 7'2".
You choose
But
the
I
bigger
believe
of
I
the
have
plow.
a smaller
sir.
blade on that Jeep.
Interesting. He actually calls it a blade. What do you guys think about that? Right? Because you guys know part of my thoughts that I've had from a long time ago as we started covering this. You know, once I saw the head injury on accident, right? That's when I was like, it's interesting that he called it a blade. I don't know. Maybe that's the normal lingo for a snowplow, but I don't know. I've never heard it called that, and I wouldn't think of it as a blade. That's interesting to me. I don't know. What do you guys think?
And how often would you have, was that like a year-round thing, or how often?
Glad you're not driving and that
when
you were
about
not
would you
texting
have
and
that-
driving,
that
Candace.
Plow affixed to the Jeep?
Inclement weather or impending into inclement weather.
And is that something that you?
That's a good point, Smoke Night Girl.
Used, as far as what if any use did you put the plow in front of the Jeep to?
To help family and friends clear the property at the Cape. I had used it when I had the house in Canton.
Wait, I don't know, man. I don't buy it. I just, this is going to be, this cross is going to be great because I mean, I hope that I mean, if it were me, I would start really grilling him. I would want details on this because this is weird, right? I don't think it's the easiest thing to just attach those plows. If anyone wants to like Google that, like how do you get a plow attached to a Jeep or any other vehicle for that matter? Like I would love, I'm curious because I can't imagine that I mean, you've got to have, you have to have equipment to control it, right? Like to make it go up and down and forward, right? Like to scoop it. Like if and actually DSN, you actually have experience doing this, right? With your brothers. So maybe you can actually help us out here. Love that. So it's not like it's just like, in other words, there's an electronic component to it, right? If that makes sense, to control it from inside the vehicle. So it's not like it's just an external feature like you would have a bike rack, right? Like there's got to be other components, and I can't imagine it's a quick and easy. I don't know. This is just and not to mention, it's not like there had just been snow, right? Because as we know very well, it was like they talk about as the snow accumulates. So it's not like he was already in the middle of a blizzard. Then it maybe, then maybe. It's still kind of weird that it's like, oh, I just do it to help family and friends. I mean, I don't know. Are you that nice of a guy? Maybe. Right. So DSN. So let us know what all that entails, because that would be great insider information from the Squirrel Crew.
And so you go to the Hillside. And, do you know about what time it was that you got there?
No, again, it would have been after I dropped off Kevin Albert.
Okay.
Definitely would have been dark at that time.
And
Okay.
The Hillside, is that an establishment that you're familiar with? You had been there before?
Yes.
And about how long was it after you arrived that Brian Albert arrived?
Shortly thereafter, probably, because he was. I had traveled back, dropped the vehicle off. He may have even beat me there because I went to the station and dropped Kevin off, but I don't think it was contemporaneous, but it was in close proximity.
And once you got to the Hillside, how long were you there, and how long was Mr. Albert there?
So I had something to eat. I had something to drink.
So DSN, is that something that would just be left year round? Like the joystick with the electrical component, would that just be installed permanently and then you just attach the plow?
The approximate time, maybe an hour or so. And then Brian had left before me. I remained, he left.
And if you know about how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Can you repeat that again?
So
Brian
what
Albert,
they're getting to now is the Hillside. So for just to refresh everyone's memory, or for anyone who's not aware, it came out already in the trial that it came out through Brian Albert Sr.'s testimony that when they met at the Hillside, Brian Albert Sr. left before Brian Higgins ate. And apparently he was meeting Karen there, right? Like that. I mean, they didn't really get fully into it, but like, of course, that's what the defense will do with him, with Brian Higgins. But that's what we know so far. So like, this is going to be interesting.
Albert left before you, correct?
Yes.
About how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Maybe 15 minutes.
And you had some drinks at the Hillside, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drink all the time, Jameson and ginger.
And as far as where Mr. Albert was going, what, if any, conversation did you have about that?
He had told me that he was going down to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, which is in Kent Center, and that he'd be meeting his wife and some family, and maybe some.
For Super Planner Girl, I'm looking at the screenshot you sent me. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe that's if you have that specific Jeep brand too, right? I mean, we don't know. Defense might ask him about that. Hopefully they do. But I don't know. I would also say it seems like potentially, it's what they're advertising it. So let me back that up, Fender, so I can answer your question if that was hearsay. Okay, let's see here.
Can you repeat that again?
Brian Albert left before you, correct?
Yes.
About how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Sorry, Fender, did my microphone just get loud all of a sudden? Because I don't know. It should be auto adjusting. Is anyone else having sound issues? Should be the same way it's always set up, so I'm not quite sure. But let me know if you guys are also, if I'm too loud. Is it only if I pause the video, or is it with the video?
Maybe 15 minutes.
And you had some drinks at the Hillside, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drink all the time, Jameson and ginger.
And as far as where Mr. Albert was going, what, if any, conversation did you have about that?
He had told me that he was going down to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, which is in Canton Center, and that he'd be meeting his wife and some family and maybe some other people.
And were you invited to come along?
Yes.
Now, the Waterfall, that's an establishment you're familiar with. You've been there previous times as well.
Yes.
And
The Waterfall Bar.
with respect to this evening, so you leave from the Hillside and you go directly to the Waterfall?
Yes.
And if you know, about what time was it that you got to the Waterfall?
Again, it was dark. It could have been around 9 in the area, 9 o'clock.
And when you get to the Waterfall, do you recall where in relation to the Waterfall you parked the Jeep at that time?
No.
So you come in to the Waterfall and where do you go?
I went to a series. I saw Brian and his family, and there was a series of high tops, and I proceeded to the high tops where they were.
Okay, I'm gonna
Now,
speed it up just a
with
little bit as
respect
we go
to,
through this.
to Brian Albert,
You know all
how would
this.
you describe sort of your relationship around this time in January 2020?
Actually, hold on. I want to hear this.
He's a good friend. He's a coworker. I had been working closely with his unit. I'd say he was a good friend.
That's
And
all?
Through that sort of work and your friendship, were you familiar with his family as well?
Yes.
And so when you came over to the area where Brian Albert was, his wife was there, correct?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, was there that you were familiar with or that you knew when you came?
So
Lally.
it would have been Brian Albert. It would have been Nicole. I believe Caitlin was there. Caitlin Albert, Brian's daughter. Chris Albert.
Yeah, I think we need, I'm sure defense will get into it. We need to know more about like what kind of snowplow. These are just questions they'll have to ask him, right? But I mean, what I will say is if Jeep does have a snowplow that can be attached in under a minute, that's really impressive. I will say that much.
His wife, Julie. There might have been another couple, Matt McCabe and Jim McCabe.
Oh my God, y'all, his unit.
And as far as the McCabe
Oh my
were concerned,
God.
were you,
Yes.
how familiar were you with them?
Casually.
Now,
Vendor, I'm trying to
at
talk.
some point you come in, you join the group, is that correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe sort of throughout the entirety of the evening or your time at the Waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group within the bar?
It was a good time.
No arguments or anything like that that you observed from anybody that was present over the
Nope.
course of?
No, it was a good time, and there was a band.
And if you recall, about what time was it that you left?
I would say right around when the band was wrapping up. So it was probably closer to midnight.
Now, prior to that, at some point between the time that you arrived and the time that the band's wrapping up and you're preparing to leave, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came into the Waterfall?
John O'Keefe and the defendant.
And just to be clear, when you're referencing the defendant, what is her name?
Karen Reed.
And just to be clear for the records, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Did you identify just as where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between attorneys Jackson and Yannetti.
Just ask the record to reflect that identification of the defendant, by the way.
Yes.
Great
Now,
point, DSN. We still don't know the name of the
Mr. O'Keefe
band.
starting there, as far as
Crazy.
how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe?
I know, right?
Maybe a year, a little over a year.
And do you recall
No, not at all,
how it
Fender.
was or where it
We,
was?
we,
that,
we,
that
sh-
you
we
first-
do, but
first
like
met
it's
Mr.
not
O'Keefe?
relevant.
I believe it was actually the Hillside.
But the fact that
And
they
how
keep bringing
often
it up
would be
means
that
like they
you,
may as well have told us
saw Mr. O'Keefe or
what type of
someone
music
like
it is and what the band's name is.
I would see him at the Hillside.
Yeah.
And as far as, were you familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for work?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with him doing for work?
He was a Boston police officer.
And with reference to Ms. Reed, how long had you known the defendant?
It would be about the same time
And,
or as long as.
and so roughly,
Correct, Fender.
what was your
We
understanding
care.
as far as the relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and
Okay.
Ms. Reed?
This will
They
be
were dating.
Now, with reference
Okay.
to
That's it. That's all you're saying.
occasions, as far as would
That's
there be
good.
occasions typically where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed, or you would see Ms. Reed without Mr.
Oh,
O'Keefe?
boy.
Were they essentially together?
Oh boy.
I would say more often than not, they'd be together.
And did you have occasion to see them in other sort of social settings outside of the Hillside?
I went over the house one time for the end of Patriots game.
So if I could take you back, let me ask you this: as far as how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
I considered him a friend.
Did you
And,
really?
how would
though?
you describe your relationship with Miss Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Interesting.
Now, through the course of time that you knew them, did you have occasion to get their contact information and have communication with each of them through their phones?
I had John's telephone. John and I had exchanged telephone numbers.
What? Weird. What?
And with reference to those communications,
Fender?
were they texts, were they phone calls, or various?
Patriots is sports ball team.
Oh, that would be text.
Yes, sports ball.
And as far as the text communications that you had, you received this contact information, you texted, someone replied. How did you know that that was John O'Keefe that was replying to you?
Well, I had him saved in my phone, John O'Keefe. I don't know exactly where he gave me his phone number, but I knew it was him.
Now, on that evening,
Huh.
Taking you back to the waterfall,
He looks like he's getting a little bit nervous there. What do you guys think?
January 28th into January 29th, do you know about what time it was that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came into the waterfall?
It would have been, I think, between like 11 and closing.
And do you recall sort of where you were?
Obviously, it was
situated in
before the bar
reference
was
to the
closed.
table when they came in.
So I think I was at the high top bar area,
Oh boy.
the high top in the bar area closest to the bar.
Ah. Yeah, he is.
And
He is.
when Mr.
Roll
O'Keefe
red.
and Miss Reed came into the waterfall, what, if anything, did you observe? Where did they go when they first came in?
So when they first came in, I believe they may have initially went in, like, veered off in different directions. I recall that she opened her coat and took a drink out of it.
Here
A
we
glass, I
go.
should say a glass.
Here we go with this part
What
again.
any observations did you make of the glass that
Lally.
Miss Reed took out of her coat?
It was a tall glass. It looked like a clear liquid in there.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And
Well-
at some point, did you come to find out where Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed had been prior to
Right.
coming to the waterfall?
Thank you, Jason.
Are you familiar with another establishment in Canton called C.F. McCarthy?
Yes,
Is that a place that you've been to before?
yes.
Now, as far as the glass that you saw with reference to the waterfall and/or C.F. McCarthy's, what, if any, observations did you make of it?
Correct.
Well,
yes.
That it wasn't from the
Who, if
waterfall.
any, and how at all.
And
Yeah.
What makes you say that?
Who, if anyone.
Well, she walked in with it and took it out of her coat, but it wasn't consistent with the type of glasses that the waterfall had.
And so, let me
So
just
we
ask you this.
actually looked up, thanks to Super Planner Girl, on one of the recaps. It might have been like the first recap or the second one. I was like thinking this is so weird because, you know, having worked in restaurants and stuff, you know, but we actually saw Super Planner Girl found pictures of the different glassware from CF McCarthy's to see what glasses they have. And so far, the way that people have described it does not actually look like anything we saw in that picture. Now, of course, could they have changed their glassware? Of course they could, but still, it was interesting. I'm trying to actually that picture, she might have put it in the Discord. I don't remember, but yeah, there is a picture that was found. Right. That's exactly right.
Question in regard to that. So when you say it wasn't consistent, what was it about it that made it
Yeah,
inconsistent with glasses from the waterfall?
That hasn't,
I believe it was a tall glass.
to my knowledge, that hasn't come in yet into the trial, correct? Because it's going to be interesting to see who actually saw that.
And kind of like bubbles on the side of it, so to speak, like the design.
All right, Super Planner Girl is going to post the picture in the
Now,
Discord.
after
Glasses.
you make those observations, at some point over the course of the time that you were at the waterfall and they were there as well, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I did. I don't know that if it was initially when he first came in, but I did have a brief conversation with him as to the content.
A little bit.
I don't recall what that was.
Just small talk there to say.
Greetings.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the waterfall, what, if any, conversations did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Now, at this point in time on this date, did you have Ms. Reed's cell phone information
I did not.
at the time that you were at the waterfall?
No.
Do you recall sending a text or
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
at this time? I know we've jumped around a couple days, but at this
Oh,
time
boy.
that you were at the waterfall on the 28th or the 29th, did you have Ms. Reed's
Yes, I did.
And at some points over the course of the evening while you were at the waterfall, did you send a text to Ms. Reed?
I did.
And do you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well,
And do you recall what it meant as far as that text message or why you would send that?
to be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
Okay, I have questions.
Now,
First of all, the pictures in the Discord, for anyone who's curious, I'll go ahead and post that link. Although I think you guys already have it and are already there. But if you want to see the glassware, it's in the Discord. Let me back this up just a second so I can hear what he's describing as this flirty text.
The time that you were at the waterfall?
No.
Do you recall sending a text or
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
Weird.
at this time? I know we've jumped around a couple of days, but at this time that you were at the waterfall on the 28th or the 29th, did you have Miss Reed's contact?
Yes, I did.
Jumped around that much.
And at some point over the course of the evening while you were at the waterfall, did you send a text to Miss Reed?
I did.
And do you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well,
And do you recall what it meant as far as that text message or why you had sent that?
to be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
How? I mean, but sorry, I would to push back a little bit there. Could you though? Could you view the text well as a flirty text? Literally, yeah. Here, do you could he said? I mean, I disagree with what like objection. Like he says, you could view it as a flirty text, but how? I don't know how. Get me there. Help me get there, Higgins. Also, it's weird that initially he was like, no, I didn't have her phone number. Maybe he forgot that he was supposed to be honest about that because it was going to, I don't know. That's very, because Lally had to like fumble through that to get that answer.
Now, around midnight or so, when you leave the waterfall, well, I'm sorry, let me
For
take
sure.
it back just one step. At
Well,
some
you
point over the
put it
course of the evening,
together.
while you're at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion is there around the table as far as next steps or where to go from there?
Well, there was talk at the table, I think initially about going back to Chris Albert's pizza shop to have some food and drink. And at some point that
Yeah.
transitioned into going back to Brian Albert's
So,
house.
boy, they glossed over that text real quick. That's it. That's amazing.
And as far as the invitation to go back to Brian Albert's house, was that something that was extended to the entirety of the table?
Yes.
I took it as an open invitation to the people that were together at the table, yes.
Did they
And,
invite the
Mr. Albert's house,
band?
is that somewhere
No.
that you had been to before?
I had been there, the twins' graduation party, which was outside in the backyard. And I think I may
You
have
know
dropped
how
him
it
off
goes.
on one occasion. I may have dropped something in his mailbox, but those would be the only other times.
What? That's
And are you
y'all.
familiar, at least,
I'm sorry. What? You may have dropped something in his mailbox. What? How would you even remember that? And like what? That's a really weird. So my guess is My guess is they're going to have something to show that he's been there more than once, maybe, right? Because that's weird.
now with the address and sort of where you were going? Did you know where you were going that night?
I knew where I was going, yes.
And the address was 34 Fairview Road.
That is correct, yes.
And about what time? About
What's your
midnight or so
truthfulness?
when you're leaving. Who, if anyone, was leaving the bar around the same time?
I mean, I think pretty much everybody was wrapping up and leaving. I know that I beat Brian and Nicole back to the house.
Now, as far as the time at the waterfall, with
They were
regards to
racing,
either Mr.
sounds
Ortiz or
like.
Ms. Reed, any observations did you make in regard to what they were drinking that night?
I think John was having beers, his typical, what I would see him with. And the defendant had, glasses.
And do you recall her ever at any point that you were there, if you recall, drinking out of a glass different than the one she took?
So you Super Planner Girl's asking question. The point of a lot of this might be to get ahead of what the defense will do say to potentially. Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. And literally that's all that really Lally's been doing for like this entire trial, really. I mean, not even not well, but like in other words, that's what he's been doing instead of presenting a case in chief. So, that says a lot about their case and their witnesses though, right? I mean, it's crazy.
Got over her coat when she first arrived.
I don't recall.
Now, you drove from the waterfall to Fairview Road. About how long a drive was that?
Probably a few minutes.
5 to 7
But the weather
minutes.
was, I remember when I came out,
No.
I put the wipers on.
was light
There was some
snow.
snow on the ground,
Oh my God.
but it was
a
the type of
dusting.
snow where
It was a
the
dusting.
roadway was still black at the time, but
Right. A
because it
dusting.
was being driven on, but the sidewalk had a light coating.
Okay. So he just contradicted himself. Did you hear that? Let me back that up. That's really interesting because I'm sitting there yelling at him, but like he did it to himself. Shout out to you.
Black at the time, but because it was being driven on, but the sidewalk,
Hold on.
When she took out of her coat when she first arrived.
I don't recall.
Now, you drove from the waterfall to Fairview Road. About how long a drive was that?
All right. How long of a drive? So it's interesting. I think with some of these witnesses, well, here's what I get from it. It's like we saw this a lot with Alex Murdaugh. They've had to lie or cover up about so much stuff potentially, right? That they can't even keep track of the things that they don't need to lie about because it's like automatically qualifying everything they say. So let's listen to this. So he says, how long of a drive?
Probably a few minutes.
Few minutes. Now here's the interesting part.
The weather was, I remember when I came out, I put the wipers on.
So what he's about to say there is it's almost like saying, well, usually a few minutes, but, and then that sounds like it's going to be disclaimer, right? But it might have taken longer, right? For example, because he's saying there's inclement weather. However,
There was some snow on the ground.
right. And then I was like yelling at him like, well, we know it was only light dusting. So like, Did the inclement weather really affect your drive time?
It was the type of snow where the roadway was still black at the time, but because it was being driven on, but the sidewalk had a light coating.
So like none of that makes any sense, right? You guys see what I mean? How his face, how like he's like trying to say, well, takes a couple minutes, but it might take him longer because of the inclement weather. But actually, sorry, on second thought, the inclement weather wasn't really all that inclement. However, he also has a snowplow. There's that.
And you drive over the home.
So true,
and
Fender.
you
So
beat,
true.
Albert there, is that correct?
I did.
What a
So
tangled web we
with
weave.
regard to the home when you get there, what did you do when you got there?
I know,
I was
right?
kind of being a smart ass, and I dropped the plow and I did a little sweep of the driveway, and then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to get blocked in, and I parked.
A smart
And, do
ass?
you recall where you parked in relation to?
What?
I do, by the mailbox.
What is happening?
Your Honor, with
Being a
court permission, if I could publish what's been marked. as exhibit
Okay. Hold on. He's trying to be a smart ass by plowing the drive. Hold on. I'm confused. Let me back that up again.
And do you recall where you parked in relation to the house?
I do, by the mailbox.
Your Honor, with court permission, if I could publish what's been marked. As
I
exhibit
didn't go back far enough. Sorry, guys. Hold on.
And I dropped the plow and I did a little sweep of the driveway, and then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to get blocked in, and I parked.
And do you recall where you parked in relation to the house?
I do, by the mailbox.
Your Honor, with court permission, if I could publish
Right?
what's been marked as exhibit 72.
He's trying to make an excuse for needing the plow. That's why that's why that story was weird about the drive time. He's trying to make an excuse for justifying having the plow. So that would explain the weirdness with that answer we just went over with the drive time, because it's like, oh, there's inclement weather, but then it's like he knows he's going to get called out because there was like nothing on the ground. This is really interesting, isn't it? He's like, wow, yeah, no accumulation yet. We heard that from every witness, every single one. Wow. Interesting. That explains it though, guys. Wow.
Mr. Higgins, do you recognize what's printed up on the screen there?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
But why does
34th
he
Fairview.
justify having the plow? That's the question, right?
May I approach him?
Yes.
I mean, because he knows it's weird, right? Obviously.
So, Mr. Higgins, with that laser pointer now in your hand, if you could direct your attention to, if you see it in this photograph, where you parked your Jeep at.
Yes.
So the back end of the Jeep would have been right around the mailbox itself, and the edge of the driveway is right there. I wanted to make sure that I was not blocking the driveway or blocked in.
And so
Oh, didn't we hear a whole story from Brian Albert Sr. and Nicole about the fussing with the cars? You guys remember? They went on and on about the rearranging of the cars in the driveway. I'm really confused.
your vehicle would have pointed in which direction?
I believe that'd be going towards Chapman Street.
And so which part of your vehicle was?
Yeah, I agree, Fender.
The house, so the driver's side or the passenger side?
So the passenger side would be closest to the house.
So you parked along the front of the house or with traffic, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, you can take that down, thank you.
There's those exhibits again. So
So
we know
drive
they
the
have
house,
evidence,
you
but
did,
they're using it.
as far as the maneuver with the plow in the driveway, then you park the vehicle, and where is it that you go from there?
Into the house.
And when you get into the house, who, if anyone?
I mean, if I were Lally, I would be sweating bullets right now because he completely left out anything about Brian and Nicole. He says he goes into the house. Oh my God. According to Brian and Nicole, they all walk in together, the three of them. After the car moving around shenanigans. Sorry, God.
There, or who, if anyone, is coming in with?
Yeah.
So I
maybe.
might have been there. Well, it was about the same time that Brian and Nicole showed up. I don't know if they entered before me or I entered after them. I entered the house. What I recollect is that Brian Albert Jr. is
Like,
sitting.
that's a good point, Super Pinnacle. But you know what's so funny is that's a defense strategy. That's what the defense usually does, right? Muddying the waters, making it confusing. It's the prosecution's job to make it clear and understandable.
Kind of at the island or in the island area. And I believe he was flanked by at least one female, possibly two. One on each
Flanked?
side.
What?
Either of those females, did you know them? Did you recognize them? Did you know? Who they were?
I may have recognized one I've seen before, but I didn't know them.
And just lastly, before we go back into the house, when you park, when you do the
Hang on. I'm back just
driveway
a
and then
second.
parking,
I'm just so
did you
many
miss-
types
It
of.
was about the same time that Brian and Nicole showed up. I don't know if they entered before me or I entered after them. I entered the house.
They
What
say
I
they all
recollect is
get together.
that Brian Albert Jr. is sitting kind of at the island or in the island
Oh.
area. And I believe he was flanked by at least one
Brian-
female, possibly two.
What a weird
one on
thing
each
to
side.
say.
and
What a
either of
weird
those,
thing to say.
Females, did
They
you
were his friends.
know
Oh
them?
my
Did you
God.
recognize them? Did you know who they were?
I may have recognized one I've seen before, but I didn't know them.
And just lastly, before we go back into the house, when you park,
I'm just going to answer Fender's question. You know what? Don't take it from me. Let's take it from the lollygaggle himself here.
There's no evidence of anything in this case.
There we go. There you have it, guys.
when you do the first plowing in the driveway and then parking, did you see Mr. Albert arrive at the house around that time?
When I parked the Jeep?
Yeah.
Well, yes. So I made the sweep,
Definitely.
and as I could see the vehicle coming up, I made the sweep, got out of the way so he could park.
So we had parked in the driveway around.
Yes, this case is going to go down in history. I mean, it already is. I mean, I think from the opening statements even alone, that was already like, okay, this is different. But it's been, I mean, nobody's ever seen anything like this. I mean, even just the solo cups alone, just if you just had that, just that one detail, I think that would make it enough. But everything about this has been atypical. Yeah. And from a legal perspective and just like an investigation perspective and just like the crazy long discussions about shoveling the apron and the high tops and, the crystal light, all kinds of stuff. There's just a lot.
Time
It
to
makes
talk
it
about them.
special. It's a special case.
And so when you come to the house and you see the people that you've described, where were they situated within?
So I came
Right?
through what I
I
would
know.
call like a breezeway door. So there's a front
my
door to the
God.
residence. There's the garages, and in between there is a like a breezeway door. I came in
I know.
through there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. I think there's like an island, so to speak.
Yeah.
Maybe able
yeah.
to sit at it, and Brian Albert Jr. was right there, and again flanked by one, if not two females.
So weird. That's so fucking
Now,
weird,
at some
dude. Why are
point,
you saying that?
after your arrival, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came by the house?
I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe.
You know about how long it was after you arrived that they arrived?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it was much longer. People started, float in at that point.
The thing, okay.
And beyond.
Here's what's interesting. We're getting to the part where he's going to have to explain what time he left. And remember, we have so much contradicting testimony about this Jeep. And as we reviewed last time, I think I timestamped it, maybe. I believe I timestamped it. By the way, all the timestamps from the previous slides are finally done. So we went through that whole list, but basically it's probably amounts to about half and half of people saying they did not see the Jeep. There wasn't a Jeep, or they saw a Jeep, there was a Jeep. And then we have Jen McCabe, who was impeached about the location of where she saw the Jeep. So there's that too.
The kitchen area that you were describing before. Where else did you go within the house that night?
At one point, briefly, Brian Albert showed me some photographs, family. I believe primarily it might have been of his son who had recently been in the Marine Corps.
Oh, the
One and two, I
photograph.
should say.
That whole
The
thing is,
call,
y'all.
Why was he showing you specifically like those photographs?
Yeah, good question.
of his son in the Marine Corps?
Because he's proud.
No,
Now,
weird.
and
I'm sorry.
let me ask you this.
I mean,
As far as you-
y'all, we know that this is, I mean, they're here at a party and they're like, oh, let's just go and take a look at these pictures. Like, look at that photograph. That's what EDB all says. And it's like for 1 to 2 minutes. It's just, I'm sorry. As I've said before, I think that's trying to account for their whereabouts for some reason.
And or Mr. Albert, what if any familiarity or what if
Personal
background
opinion.
you or Mr. Albert have with regard to the military?
Based on
I
like
was in the Marine Corps. I was in the Army.
real life.
Now this period that
When
you're talking
people
about
look at
in the other
pictures.
room, about how long a period was that?
It was brief.
And beyond yourself and Mr. Albert, was there
If
anyone
you
else?
had a new puppy
that you
or
described that was in the
baby,
room at the same time as
It's
Mr. Albert?
acceptable.
I don't think so. I think Nicole may have popped in for a second, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
Puppy or baby.
And
That's
as
it.
far as, do you know approximately what time you left the house on Fairview that evening?
I'd guesstimate it was anywhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, but I'm not 100% positive.
Oh boy.
So relatively short period of time, is that correct?
It was a short period of time. I knew kind of from the onset when I got in there,
All right,
probably
I'm gonna
wasn't going to be a
notes.
long time because
This,
I'm not a beer drinker and that's what they had.
this is weird.
So I was probably one of the first people to leave.
Now, for that entirety of the time that you were there, did you go anywhere else within the home beyond what you described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
No,
Did you go upstairs at any time?
no,
Did you go downstairs?
remember-
Basement area at any time?
no.
Okay, hold on. What did he say between 12 and 1? I'm looking at my notes. Did he say between 12 and 1? He's not really sure, which of course isn't helpful anyway. So the thing is that I'm looking at my notes for when people see the Jeep. Oh, there's my lyrics. By the way, I'm going to end up probably doing the entire song for Get Low because I already have like 3 verses knocked out. Side note, I really lucked out because, the song starts with 369 and I'm like, how the fuck am I going to like replace that with something? Turns out the area code for Canton is 339. So it's going to start 339 Canton time. Jackson and Yannetti, it's time to shine. There's snow instead of Get Low. You guys, I'm so excited. So I was working on that this morning. But anyway, so my notes here, Ryan Nagel was there at 12:30. No white Jeep was there. Brother Nagel, sorry, let me make sure I get his name correctly. No Jeep. Okay, now I need to find the people that saw it. Okay, so remember, Brian Albert Jr.'s friends did not see the Jeep. The people that say they saw the Jeep were the Albertses, basically, except for Brian Albert Jr., who also says he doesn't see it. And they were looking out the window to the wall at, well, that's kind of hard to even say, isn't it? Because I feel like their stories on that are so squirrely. No offense to squirrels, obviously. We still don't have anyone saying they saw Karen's SUV leave. I just have a note of that. Yeah, Brian Albert Jr. said no Jeep. So it all came from Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Jen McCabe. And Matt McCabe. Those 4 saw the white. Well, they call it a white Jeep. He says it's gray. I don't fucking know at this point. Yes, Jameson is whiskey.
And when you exited the home, you recall which of the 2 doors that you described that you would have exited from.
The same door I came in, the breezeway.
Now, during the time that you were there, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the home?
It was fine. I mean, everybody was happy.
No.
And at any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview, do you, any of the people that were in the house, do you recall seeing them go outside of the house and come back or anything like that?
I can't say definitively I saw anybody come in or out of the house, but I think somebody might have been in the process of maybe being picked up.
Thank you, Black Witter. Best
And
Witter.
Not anybody that you were super familiar with, is that fair to say?
I think it was one of the females.
Now, with respect to the front of the house, at any point in time that you were inside of the house, was there
Yeah,
any
Irish
time
whiskey.
look out
Yes,
the
thank
windows
you, Black
or
Witter.
anything like that?
No.
And when you were in the kitchen area, do you recall sort of how you were positioned in relation to the windows facing the front of the house?
So I would have had my back to that area.
Windows
My back to the door that I came in.
Well, I would be doing the song. To the window, to the wall, till the bartender's last call, at the waterfall. Ah, sleep, sleep, motherfucker. Again, we're gonna have a whole song. I'm still working on the rest of the verses.
And specifically with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at any point in time, did you see either of them inside the house or outside of the house or around the house or anywhere around 34 Fairview Road?
Absolutely not. No.
And at any point in time over the course of the evening, what, if any, communication or text or anything did you send to either of those 2 people while you were at the house on Fairview?
While I was at the house, I think I shot a text just to John. Where are you? I think that's what it was.
Interesting.
If you recall, did you ever get a response to that text?
No, there was no response.
I don't think we knew that yet. At least it hasn't come in at trial that I recall. That he also texted John, where are you? Because so far all we knew was we had the Jen McCabe.
So after
Interesting.
you left the waterfall, when you left the waterfall, was Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the defendant, still there?
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
Well, again, the only person I shot the text to while I was at the house was John, but after I left the waterfall, I never saw John O'Keefe or the defendant again.
Now, when you left
I'm
the residence,
confused.
and again, you're not sure what time that was,
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
Add it to
and do
the
you recall
list
who
of
among the group
offenses
was
for
still
him.
at the house at the time you left?
I think I was probably the first person to leave.
So all of the other people that you've described would have still been in the house when you exited from the house.
What?
Yes.
But
Um,
you were the first person to leave, but yet you said you left between 12 and 1, which is a huge window. And then you said you don't know what time.
You indicated earlier that you're familiar with Mr. Albert and his family to some
This
extent, correct?
timeline's
He was
mess.
at the house for a graduation party for his twins.
Y'all,
Yes.
here's the thing. This timeline is a disaster. It explains why the prosecution, Lally, has not given us a timeline. Like, if you were wanting to help the jurors, okay, imagine if you were wanting to help the jurors understand the timeline. Who came and went, when, in what vehicle? Easy. If you have testimony that makes any type of sense, you have a timeline. It's not that hard, a timeline. And then you can have exhibits that show the house, and then you can add in, like I've talked about doing, like the vehicles, and you can do like it wouldn't be a realistic picture, but they would say that ahead of time. They would say, so this is a graphic rendering or whatever they call it, and you graphic representation, like we've seen, they have that of the house, right? And you could do their vehicles, and then you really could make a whole timeline visually and with all the coming and going. But Lally's not doing that for obvious reasons.
Through that, at any point in time prior to this date,
I mean,
did you become?
I think honestly a good tactic for the defense, not that they should be taking any advice from me and ever would, but if I were the defense, one thing I would do is I would actually attempt to do that. I would say, you know what, the prosecution, they didn't show you a timeline of when people came and went from the time they went back to the house and then everybody left. There are all these people coming going, they didn't give you time, but we're going to go ahead. We're going to give you a timeline. And I would do that. And here's why, because that timeline would be an absolute mess. Basically, it would just show everybody's conflicting testimony. And you could do the timeline in such a way that you're literally going off of what they testified to in the trial. You could even do a secondary timeline where you go from their previous statements made at the grand jury to add in a whole other element of when they conflicted themselves or each other. And you could make like two versions, right? And they're both going to be a complete hot mess.
aware or
just to illustrate to the jury, right? And like this is, and then you could be like, this is why the prosecution didn't give you. I mean, that would be argument, so that would be closing argument, right? But like, this is why they, you know, do you want to know why they didn't give you a timeline? This is why, and then you show them, and it's like gasps. No one would gasp because they would not be surprised because this is a shit show.
familiar with
Yeah.
Brian Albert's nephew,
I know.
Colin Albert?
I know the name, and I know that he is one of the sons of Chris Albert.
You familiar with what he looks like?
If he walked in here right now, I wouldn't know.
You would not know.
No.
And beyond the people that
Weird. That's a very bold statement.
Fair to say you don't.
And I feel like he's going to get impeached on that.
No.
Just a gut
You
feeling.
exit from the home through the breezeway door and go over to your
Just
vehicle. Is
gut
that right?
feeling.
Yes.
And from the time that you would enter the home to the time now that you're exiting from the home, what if any change did you note as far as the weather?
Just that the weather was getting worse. The snow was picking up.
And as far as the accumulation that you had described before, as far as you could still see the blacktop and all that when you left the waterfall, what was it like when you came out of the house?
Yeah.
Again, I think that the streets that weren't being
He
traveled,
did already say earlier today that he knows, he's familiar with all the Albert family members too,
well,
right?
there was snow on them. There was coverage.
And as far as the front lawn area of the house at 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Can you rephrase that?
As far as the snow was concerned, was
Yes.
the snow sticking to or was it accumulating on the lawn as well?
I believe so. I mean, when I walked from the breezeway to the Jeep, there was snow on the ground.
Now, the front yard area of the house, is that something that you were looking at with any particularity or taking note of as you were walking your Jeep down the driveway?
No, it was a long day. We had been on the road. I just was looking to get home.
And so when you get to your Jeep, can you describe to the jury sort of how it was that you pulled away or what, if anything, you recall about that process?
So I got in the Jeep, started it up, may have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it grinding on the ground, reached for the device
boy.
called the fish stick,
Oh boy.
picked it up, lifted
Oh,
the
boy.
plow, and then drove away.
Wait,
And
hold
the
on.
plow that you had affixed to the front of
All right, let me back that up. This is a lot and that's a lot.
Well, I reached,
We need the question. Let's get back to the question.
And so when you get to your Jeep, can you describe to the jury sort of how it was that you pulled away or what, if anything, you recall about that process?
So I got in the Jeep, started it up, may have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it grinding on the ground, reached for
Oh,
the
boy.
device called the fish stick, picked it up, lifted the plow,
Oh boy.
and then drove away.
Oh boy.
And the plow that you had affixed to the front of the Jeep, how is, I think you talked a little bit about it, but how is that sort of controlled and who?
No, you didn't talk about
So
it.
the operator controls it. The mechanism to control it again is called a fish stick. It's
Oh my
It's
God.
on a cord and it plugs in under the dashboard. I reached down to find out. I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's
Oh,
not
boy.
like a joystick that's attached actually to the dashboard.
Oh boy.
Sort of hydraulic system, is that correct?
Yes, it's a hydraulic based.
Bleeding.
Now, in addition to moving it sort of up and down, is there any other way that you can manipulate the blade as far as that switch is concerned?
Yeah. So if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up.
This is insane. I've just don't even Colin. He said he didn't recognize Colin's super planner girl. But earlier in his testimony, he said he knew the whole family. This is a lot. Let me back it up a second. I don't even know, man. This is important. This is okay. I'm wondering if part of this entire story is to try to explain. Remember, we heard the McCabe's testify to seeing a weave or a wave. I can't tell because of the accent, which they were saying a weave or a wave in the road. They were the only ones who saw it. First of all, they are the only ones, but they both said it. I'm wondering if this is supposed to be explaining that, but there's a lot about the finding of the cell phone and the drop. I mean, this reminds me, you guys, of Alec Murdaugh with dropping his cell phone when he's leaving Alameda. Let me back it up a little. This is crazy stuff.
The mechanism to control it again is called a fish stick.
I don't even know.
It's on a cord and it plugs in under the dashboard. I reached down to find out. I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's not like a joystick that's attached actually to the dashboard.
So some sort of hydraulic system, is that correct?
Yes, it's a hydraulic based.
Now, in addition to moving it sort of up and down, is there any other way that you can manipulate the blade as far as that switch is concerned?
Yeah. So if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up, I just lift the plow off a couple feet off the ground. If I was on the highway, I would tilt it to get airflow.
So you just leave it on year round? Is that what I'm hearing? Fender. So this has been the case for like this entire trial. Basically, we hear Lally. Now, of course, he sometimes is asking these questions that really aren't, going on and on and on about the same things that really don't matter. And many times the judge has like admonished him and said, like, move on, Lally, But with this, this is, I can tell you with 100% certainty, it's there's some problem with this that the defense is going to bring up, and they're trying to thwart it, if you will. It's like a defensive strategy. It's just like what we see, but backwards usually in a trial, where they're trying to go ahead and get ahead of why did this thing happen, right? But see, normally normally that would happen on like redirect. Like something would be brought up on cross and then redirect. But instead, his direct is just anticipating the defense's questions. So what we know, why is it important? We don't know yet, but we know that it's going to be important. We're going to hear more about it coming from the defense, is my guess. I mean, this is all important because we learned so far what we didn't know already. Apparently, he did text John, so there's going to be something with that. Now he's saying he's fumbling for his cell phone. Probably going to be that. There's going to be something about that cell phone, if I had to guess. He's trying to explain his actions with the snowplow. And this is also going to when he's leaving the house, which of course is a mess because the whole contradictions about the Jeep. So there's just a lot. Yeah, we are on 1.25 just because Lally is so slow.
And as far as height is concerned for that plow, if you were to lift it all the way to the top, what, if any, impact would that have with reference to your line of sight or visibility through the windshield?
0.
So even if it's raised all the way as far as it can go, you can still see what's top of the way.
Yeah, if it comes even with the hood of the Jeep, I'd be surprised.
Lally.
So you pull forward a couple of feet and then you lift it about how high did you lift?
Super Planet Girl, I'm sure, right? I know so Lally is missing the point. Like, this is interesting. He's trying to say, so if you have the snowplow up, would it have obscured your visibility to where you could have accidentally hit someone? That's what he's trying to get ahead of. Common sense, guys. Common sense. People drive with snowplows on, like up, like. I'm sorry, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, because how would they make a snowplow where if you have it up, you can't see anything? Like, that just wouldn't, I'm sorry, it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. The real issue is, could he have hit somebody with the snowplow? Like my thought is, even if it was stationary, or if somebody could have backed into it, whatever, I don't know. This is right. Something like that is what I was thinking. But the visibility is not the issue. The snowplow, and again, we haven't gotten to the nature of the injuries from the prosecution yet, but I accidentally saw that picture. The jury would be hearing this information differently if they'd heard from the medical examiner. My thought would be, I would think, because then they would be really, well, I don't know what they're thinking, right? I'm sure they're confused, but I don't know. I mean, the edge of that snowplow is really looks like something that could be consistent with that head injury. So
when you stop and then lift up,
Probably like a foot or two.
and as far as following that, you pull away from the house. Is that right?
Correct.
And as you're pulling away from the house, where's your attention drawn, or what, if anything, did you see as far as when you're pulling away from the house?
Wasn't drawn to anything. I just drove away.
And when you drove away, again, during that process, did you see anything outside of the house
Wow.
that drew concern or your attention or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as when you get out to your vehicle and you're driving away, were there any other vehicles on the street that you saw in the area of the residence at 34 Fairview?
I didn't see any.
And do you recall whether or not there were any tire tracks in the snow or anything that you saw when you came out to the vehicle, if you recall?
I do not recall.
Here's the thing. The odds, how many people have we heard parked on that side of that road? We have Brother Nagel. We have the McCabe's, right? Or, well, I guess there's contradictions on that. There's times where they say in the driveway, and then other times where it seems like it wasn't. Then there's potentially Karen's SUV, or sorry, a black SUV. Of course, also there's Allie McCabe, who comes to pick Colin up and apparently drops him off as well.
Now, you leave the residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the Kent Police.
And why was it that you went back to the Kent Police Station?
I know,
Well,
right?
we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying
Probably.
the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me as a courtesy. I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he
I'm
asked
gonna
me.
slow this down. Does this remind you of another story? One of our favorite stories from trial? Oh, I was on 1.5. Let me go back. This reminds me of a story time. Does it remind you guys of anything?
Somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me as a courtesy. I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And
Oh my God.
one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot,
No.
so that snow
Okay,
could
I'm going back to the question. This is crazy.
police.
And why was it that you went back to the Kent Police Station?
Why was it
Well, we
that?
had traveled.
That's why. That's why. Finally, we get to the question, why did you go back to the police station? Because as we know, this is fishy as fuck. And why did you go back? Here's his answer.
Down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times
Oh my God.
Chief Berkowitz would get after me. As a courtesy, I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be cleared. So
What?
the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night, so that would be the
Okay.
reason for heading back.
Great. Yeah, thank you. That makes
Before we
sense.
get a
Yeah,
little-
perfect. That makes perfect sense to me. What about you guys? What do you guys think? Does his mom also have late stages Alzheimer's? Just wondering.
More into that as far as the funeral that you went to. Were these people
Wow.
that you knew or had met or were familiar
That's
with?
a lot of words
No.
that mean nothing.
So you get back to the police station, and with regard to the Canton Police Station, what, if any, access did you have to the Canton PD, and sort of how did you facilitate that?
So I would describe it as a proxy card. The doors have card readers. Generally
Right.
in the parking lot, when you come into the police station, you drive in, Sally ports are off to your right-hand side.
Oh my God.
There's
All right.
two bay doors.
All right. So this came up a little bit before earlier in the trial, because part of the thing that they were saying to one of the one of the law enforcement people, was that there's different levels of access. And I remember, because there was even a confusion about how many levels the building was, that there's different levels of access, but the level of access that he had seemed to be really unusual. But you guys just heard him say Sallyport. Does that ring a bell? You guys know what's going on with this? I mean, I don't know. This is bad stuff. I mean, great point, DSN. Yeah, absolutely right. Of course, because it's a police station. Of course there should be. I mean, the short answer to the question was because I had to move the vehicles around. But like, I mean, we got like a whole lot. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, but the Sallyport though.
There's a pass-through door, and then over in the corner would typically where I would bury both vehicles. So if I was, typically it would be my take-home pickup
Bury?
truck that I described earlier, and it would be the surveillance vehicle. But if I had, that could be swapped out with one of my personal vehicles. I would leave a personal vehicle there if I took one of those two vehicles. And then for me to access into the building, the most direct door would be that pass-through door by the Sallyport.
All right, hold on.
And sort of that back area, is that typically where you
Hold on. We're going to look at something real quick just to refresh our recollections. Hang on. Hang on. Let me go forward. This is the Sallyport. This is the Sallyport where this was stored for several days. And also, so is Karen's vehicle. Hold on. Let me go forward. Sallyport. This is all in the Sallyport. And then where's the part with her car? Oh my God. Anyway, her vehicle, I know they show it at some point, but yeah, her vehicle is also stored there. I know we have it in one of our clips. So Sallyport. Yeah, just wanted to make sure we are clear on that. So let's go back to the trial. All right, cool.
would park?
Yes.
And just in reference to you talk about a surveillance vehicle, that's something
Brilliant,
that you use
DSN.
as far as conducting surveillance and performance of your duties as a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
And so
Great
fair to say
question.
that would not be something you would want to park, like say, in front of the police station.
No.
Okay, Fender, hope
Now,
you're having fun with your
that
tattoo.
path that you took, is that the typical path that you would take, sort of park to the back and then cut through the Sallyport into the station?
Yes. That would be the route that I would go.
See, luckily, the thing that's lucky, okay, in order to get to the truth, what's great about these types of statements is, like DSN pointed out accurately, thank you for that, is that these are all things that should be knowable. because there should be, like he said, there should be logs and information, surveillance, all that. This should all be knowable as to if this is true or not. Unless somebody's destroyed the surveillance video, which wouldn't really surprise me at this point.
And if you recall, is that the route that you
Hi,
went
wifey.
on,
Shout out to
that
Triple R
particular
wifey.
early morning when you came back to the station?
I believe it is.
And when you come back
Love you,
to the
wifey.
station and you go in, you're going, where are you going within the police station when you enter?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to grab the key for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through door at the Sally Port, the first door
Oh my
would
God.
be through the booking and the holding area that directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, there's another door on the other end, common hallway. Walk
I mean, he's got to know what's coming because that Sally Port, man.
down that hallway, hit a set of stairs, and I would go up that way.
I was
If
thinking
could
the same
take you
thing.
Back just for a second,
PSN.
as far as when you initially walk into the Sally Port area, that's a
Gainesville
garage,
here.
basically, correct?
Yes.
And when you come into the garage,
This is their.
the door that you would then enter to.
Are
come
they
into
going
the
to dance
station,
around the fact that the
Where
cops
is
were
that in
there?
relation to the door that you come?
Are they
from
going to
the
just
exit?
ignore it? I can't.
How far away are the two?
So if you come in,
boy.
I guess what you're asking. So if I come into the Sally Port, immediately to the right, there's the door that goes into the holding area, booking area, and then probably it's
Oh my
probably
God.
12 feet
DSN?
long to get to the other door.
So from where you're parking and where
I
you
love
come into the
that.
Sally Port, it's not
That's
like
so
you then have
cute.
to walk across the garage or anything like that to get to the door into the station. Is that correct?
Well, you
I
do
love
walk across the garage, but it's small,
And when you say small, about how far?
What?
about 12 feet maybe.
He didn't ask you how big it was. Also, that's
So
what she
you come
said.
into the station, you go by the dispatch. Is that correct?
So as I'm walking down the hallway,
God.
dispatch would be off to the right.
Also
It's,
leading, lots of
a
leading.
wooden door with 2 glass panes.
And
Ugh.
as far as the Canton Police Station is concerned, are you?
I
familiar
agree.
with
You're
the
special to us
and
too,
there's,
DSN.
Sort of security and cameras and such around the station.
Yes.
I was
You're
thinking-
aware that those cameras record.
Ah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Hold on.
And
I was thinking the same thing about the OG DSN. Like, are we going to have double DSN? Because that sounds amazing. But also, now he's going to ask him about the cameras. Let's see. I'm so curious.
and such around the station.
Yes.
You're aware that those cameras record. Is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any records that are generated as far as your?
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God,
when you
oh my God.
go
This is
through
what I
the
want to know.
door at certain times?
Well, I've never seen those records, but
Oh boy.
it's my understanding it tracks access control.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
And,
Oh
did
boy.
you happen to go by the dispatch area specifically? And if so, do you know who was working there that night?
Oh boy.
Newly promoted Sergeant Good, I believe.
I knew
Probably
y'all.
he was on midnights.
Y'all.
Do you
Where?
have any specific recollection?
Oh my God. Where's this going to go? Newly promoted. I as soon as I heard Lally ask the question, did you see anyone at dispatch? I'm like, they're about to throw someone under the bus, which you know what that means? There must be something wrong where they can't get that footage. I swear to fucking God. If that's the case, I'm going to break something.
Of seeing him there that evening or
Not
that early morning when you came
Really,
back?
but
I
I
believe I waved to him.
I can't. I
And
can't.
as far
That's
as
the
when
case.
you
Really.
get to the police station,
Really.
do you have?
It's too much. It's already too much.
How far drive is it from Fairview to the police station? if you know?
Please tell me that.
Well, I mean, the weather was picking up, so it
Yes.
probably took me a little bit longer to get back, but it's probably 5-10 minutes maybe.
Now, the key that you went to your office to get a key, correct?
Yes.
And why had you left the key to one of the vehicles in the office?
So as I stated earlier, I
And that's it.
anticipated not even being back in Massachusetts. Knew
And
this,
that's it. Skipped over. And now back to the key. So here's, okay, if I'm going to make a prediction. So they said, have you ever seen it? And he says, no, I've never seen it. Prediction time. Defense is going to say, so why have you never seen it? Like probably after laying a bunch of foundation, right? They're like, well, why have you never seen it? And eventually my guess, speculation, prediction, squirrely magic ball time is that it's going to come out that they don't know where it is. It doesn't exist. And you're going to blame it on Mr. Yep. That's right. That's right. I think that's, I swear though, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, the way that I will devolve into being angry. I mean, really, this is all, I mean, something like that again is where there's that line, that fine line, that gray area of right of like there was maybe just a little bit of a cover up to where it's jumps into a different category, right? If you've got the police deleting the surveillance videos that prove his whereabouts, it's just man, I mean, could it still have been stemming from an accident versus something planned ahead? Yeah. But like you're really getting close to like people need to be held accountable in a big way. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot. My brain, it's going to take me time to process it.
Storm was coming, didn't know how bad it was,
Oh my God.
but I left the key on the desk to facilitate somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and
Right.
I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
This is terrifying. This is
And then,
terrifying. This
at
is
some point you
terrifying.
leave, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how
Yes.
long it was after you moved the vehicles around that you left Canton PD?
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you a time.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
And which vehicle that you
Y'all.
described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West?
Yes.
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
Oh my, wait, he just said a Jeep. Hold on. Do you guys remember who drives a Jeep Cherokee? Holy fuck, what is going on right now? This is Brian Higgins' wifey. This is the guy who was wrestling at the bar and snuggling, kissing, grabbing each other's butts with Brian Albert Sr. This is the ATF agent who's owned the white Jeep dude with the snow plow, the disappearing Jeep. I can barely speak because so much already. This is insane. What is happening? He just said the white Jeep Cherokee on accident. The white, do you guys remember? That's Caitlin Alberts' vehicle. And remember, this explains oh my God, this explains her boyfriend. Okay, hold on. Okay, remember, there was a whole thing about her boyfriend leaving early and then picking her up and blah, blah, blah. And then he took her Jeep because the other car wouldn't have been good in the snow and all that. I'm going to back it up, but also I don't want to diminish the fact that DSN, I love this for you. This is amazing that you were chosen as the special person. I'm so happy for you. It's so cute. And I'm so glad there's something amazing like that going on in the midst of all this absolute, complete, utter fuckery. Let's back this up just a second. Back it up.
Yes.
Do you know about how long it was after you moved the vehicles around that you
Yes,
left
wifey.
Canton PD?
Yes,
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you a time.
in the bar. Bah.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
Okay, hold on.
And which vehicle that you described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Yes, also I did, correct. Also that this fellow also potentially may have kissed Karen Reed and has admitted to sending her a flirty text. I need to hear that one more time because my brain is going to blow up.
Your office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
And then
This
at
is a
some point
mess.
you leave,
This
is
is a
that correct?
fucking mess.
Yes.
Do you know about how long it was after you moved the vehicles around that you left Canton PD?
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you a time.
Pausing it for the last time just to say also this is remember the 22 seconds in the butt. Hold on, let's just do this real quick. Let's do this the right way. The butt dials between him and Brian Albert Sr., or the supposed butt dials, it could have been the other end of the body during sexy time. This is the same guy. This is the same guy. So, here we go.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts.
Yes.
Yeah. So Brian Higgins, this is a lot happening right now.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West
Oh
Roxbury.
my God.
And which vehicle that you described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep
What
Wrangler,
is
sorry.
happening? What is happening?
And if you know about what time was it that you got home?
How do you make that mistake though? He doesn't own a Cherokee.
Could have been somewhere around.
Whoa. You guys, can you even imagine right now if you're Yannetti and Jackson? I don't know who's going to be crossing him yet because I don't think they've even objected. Or no, maybe there was one objection. Sorry, I take it back. Jackson has objected, I think, one time so far. This has got to be Christmas. I mean, this is, and the fact that Lally's doing this on direct, because remember, so many times we get to cross and Lally didn't even go into the worst of it. Like, we're like thinking he's like, oh, he's jumping off this stuff at the head, but he doesn't even go into the worst of it. I mean, it's like, this is, I don't even know.
20 at 2. I'm not 100% positive.
So sometime
Yes.
between 1:30 and 2 a.m.
Yes,
is that
likely.
roughly
Yes.
around?
Yes.
Yes.
And when you
During
get
sexy
home,
time with his wife, supposedly.
do you recall like what it was that you did when you got home?
Well, it was a long day. We had traveled, the
Candace,
traffic,
are you
it just
on
seemed
that?
like it dragged on forever. But I think I did what I typically do after being out, having a couple of drinks.
Holy fuck.
I had something else to eat, and I believe I might have had another couple of drinks and either laid on the couch or laid on my bed. And typically I would fall asleep if I was on the couch and wake up and go into the bedroom. I don't know what location
Wow.
I was in at that
What a
point.
mess. This is insane.
Now, after you
Oh
fall
my God.
asleep at
Oh
some
my
point
God.
later
Y'all?
on, that morning or something,
Wow.
you wake up obviously at some period, correct?
Yes.
And
Thank
do
you,
recall what
DSN,
it was
for
that woke you
this.
on that morning.
Thank you.
I mean, for lack of better words, my phone, both my work and my personal phones were blowing up. They were going off.
Oh my God. This is
And if you know about what time in the
Holy
morning
shit.
was that?
Probably
wow.
around 6:30ish.
And who, if anyone, as far as you looked at your phones, and who, if anyone, was blowing up your phone, and who was calling you at that?
Well, I think first it was Chief Berkowitz, and then
Oh my God.
Brian Albert.
And you mentioned first it was.
Oh
Berkowitz.
my
Did
God.
you answer the chief's call at that time?
Oh my
No.
God.
And was that
Apparently.
abnormal for the chief to be calling you at that time of day?
No, he's an early riser, and
But
typically
wait, what
when he
about
was
him
working,
scolding you about leaving your keys or leaving your, I don't even know what it was because it was such a hot mess, but scolding you about something, I thought that was a thing.
again, we also had a friendship. He would call in the morning, kind of like checking in with each other. So I just kind of blew, like, why are you calling me this early? Kind of just blew it off. But then when I saw Brian Albert calling me, like, that kind of caused me some concern because I'm like, why is he calling me? He was out with me all day yesterday. We both had the same long
I
day,
don't.
and I was concerned at that point.
Oh
So
my
you
God.
answered the phone from Mr.
Oh my
Albert,
God.
is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from him, or what, if anything, did he tell you?
Remember, from so far today, there's a lot. This is a lot, but what we heard so far in terms of what actually has to do with the victim is that he says he sent one text to John O'Keefe. I can't remember exactly. I think it was something like where, similar to what we got from Jen McCabe, right? Like he said where, texted John O'Keefe, and never heard back. So again, is this another example of where that you're not, for whatever reason, actually concerned, like, oh, he didn't ever show up, right? Like we keep hearing, like, why didn't they think it was weird he didn't show up from the McCabe's, right? It's like you were So this is like, now he's like, oh, I was worried because we'd been together all day and blah, blah, but like nothing about John O'Keefe, right? Leaving that out. Ah,
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
So you receive a call from him and you have some sort of conversation, correct?
Yes.
yes.
Now,
like,
prior to that, from the time that you
This
got
is-
home to the time that you answered this call from Brian Albert, you
Oh my
recall, having any phone calls or conversations with anybody during that time period?
No.
And specifically, did you talk to Brian Albert on the phone at any point between the time you left his home and the time
This
that you
is-
woke up the next morning to his phone call?
No, I did not.
Now, the previous day, over the course of it, we're all waking up in New York and then driving home and going to the Hillside and going to the waterfall and going to Mr. Albert's house.
oh my God.
You and Mr. Albert communicated via cell phone, whether it be text or phone call at any point in time during the course of that day?
Road trip.
You mean the day before?
Yes.
Yes.
So he was fairly recent in your contacts, is that correct?
He looks
Yes.
confused.
And so as far as
Doesn't
that
surprise
phone
me.
call that you received from Mr. Albert,
Ah.
based on whatever information that you learned from that, what did you do then?
I got dressed and went right over to the house at 34 Fairview.
That's a good question, Super Planner Girl. Yeah, you heard that correctly. This judge the entire time has been like, okay, let's move things along. Let's move things along. Let's move things along. Really to the defense for the most part. There's been a couple times where she said to Lally, because he was asking some questions over and over again that aren't relevant to anything. And she was like, I think we know, you can move on. But that's like just, one question or whatever, like, or one line of questioning that's not important. But whenever like the defense has asked for, not every time, but many times they've asked for a sidebar or, to be heard on an issue, which think about every other trial, right? Like, and I actually heard EDB mention this as well, that it's really odd that the judge gets on the bench and like immediately, and then the court starts and then she gets off the bench immediately. Like in every other trial I've ever seen, but when the jury's not in the room, they use that time to do things. They do things like, right? Like they go over different exhibits and any issues that need to be brought up. I mean, think about Judge Newman, right? With every break, it's like, okay, is there anything that needs to be put on the record? And then even after they would do that, is there anything else? And that's, I mean, every judge except this judge who seems to just want to get everything like Speedy Gonzalez, right? And so she did say something at the end of the previous day, which wasn't yesterday, it was Wednesday, about trying to get him finished in one day or something along those lines. And then, right, it was Jackson who said something like, I'll try to be And it seemed like the defense knew she was talking to them, because then Jackson responds and says, something like, I'll try to be expeditious. But then he said something like, I don't know what all is going to happen, or something along those lines. I don't know if anyone remembers verbatim what he said, but it gave I remember there's somebody commenting, I'm trying to think of who it was. Somebody commented on how it seemed like he was hinting that there's some big news to come out or something, which doesn't surprise me at all. And it is, I think it's a long weekend because of the holiday. I don't think they have court on Monday. So, however, that's up to the defense. Like, this is what's interesting. It's up to the defense if they want to try to, because that's a strategy, right? Like, whichever side it is. But in this case, assuming we get to cross today, it would be up to the defense in this case to decide how they want to handle that with the long weekend. Because as we know, sometimes it's actually advantageous to not finish your cross and then to finish after a break. We saw this in Depp v. Heard, because there was a point in there where they actually had a long break, like a week or something crazy. And it was it was like in between Amber's direct and Amber's cross, if I recall correctly. And so they could have started cross, but they waited, something like that. But we see this all the time. So it's not up to the judge. It's up to the attorney who's doing cross, if it's on cross, which should be here, hopefully, that how they want to handle that, because they might want to finish it all in one day, right? It's a strategy. So it's not the judge's decision at all. So it's kind of annoying.
When you left your house in West Roxbury and went back to 34 Fairview, what were you driving at that point?
I was still in the Jeep Wrangler.
You're sure it was a
Do you
Cherokee?
know about what time or so
swear to
was it
God.
that you arrived back at 34 Fairview?
I
late
swear.
that morning?
Maybe a little after 7.
Okay, I have a thought.
And
Maybe that's why the whole thing about the Jeep Cherokee. Okay, maybe that's why there's that whole story that makes no sense with the boyfriend. Maybe because they realized it was going to come out about that there was a Jeep Cherokee there, and they had to account for it being there. It sounds like the Jeep Wrangler with the snowplow is elsewhere, and he's driving the Cherokee is what, and accidentally said that and then changed it to the Wrangler. But now maybe they have to account for why the Jeep Cherokee, I'm assuming it's going to come out that was seen somewhere. And then that's where they had the whole story about the boyfriend driving it, so that they can account for it's where. Y'all, the thing I hadn't considered is just how much more complicated this is going to get if we have different people driving different vehicles. It's already bad enough. But like if we have him driving Caitlin's vehicle, then what vehicle is the boyfriend driving? I mean, maybe he went home and stayed home, because that would make more sense, right? Maybe he didn't pick her up, in which case, did she stay there overnight? Remember how hard the defense hammered on that? Like, why wouldn't you stay there? Remember? Interesting. What if she stayed there? Huh. I don't know. There's a lot, man. There's a lot, but it'll be easier to digest all this after we hear cross, and then we'll cover it in the recap, of course. But this is a lot.
When you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see?
I mean, I just went into the house.
As far as outside of the house, when you arrived there, what, if
question.
anything, did you see outside the house?
I don't recall. Maybe a police car. I don't remember.
Fucking hell.
Now, with regard to
Oh
talking
boy.
with the weather, when you woke up and you were driving,
Not
back
the
to
weather
Fairview,
again.
what
Lolly.
was the weather like at that point in reference to when you had gotten home?
Trying to
West
throw
Roxbury?
him a softball.
It was real bad.
Softball.
And as far as when you get to the house at 34 Fairview, sometime around 7 a.m. or so, where is it that you parked in relation to the home?
My God.
I might have went in the driveway. I don't remember specifically where I parked.
And as far as
Surprising.
other vehicles there, how many other vehicles?
You know,
were there more or
I have
less?
another thought too. Maybe the whole thing about more drinks. Remember, guys, how he said, "Oh, I had more drink." Maybe the more drinks thing. I'm wondering now. Okay. Remember, think about this, guys. Remember, everybody that's testified said the same thing about everyone's intoxication. That nobody seemed drunk. About everybody, nobody seemed intoxicated. Nobody seemed really drunk. It's interesting because everyone has said that. However, everyone was drinking a shit ton, right? Like for hours. This guy apparently even went home and had more drinks by himself. I wonder, this only just now occurred to me. It's speculation, but here you go. And I don't even know if it's that far-fetched, but it is not, we don't have this in evidence, and I don't know if there's any way to know it. But I wonder if the reason, okay, let's compare it to Murdaugh, because we will. So remember how like he would, okay, for example, the rehab. Lying about going to rehab and the drugs, because that was a less bad outcome for him than the other options, right? It was all to cover up. It was like one lie that was so bad, but it was better than the alternative, right? So it's like the whole thing about like potentially, like I said, he's like the one person on the planet who would go to rehab who didn't have a drug problem. That would never even happen. And just to try to prove the point that he went to rehab to cover up the other things. I wonder if when people are saying, yeah, no one seemed intoxicated, if that's accurate, maybe what everyone else is doing, including this guy, maybe potentially more than anyone, if they're exaggerating how much they had to drink so that then it's an excuse for their memory, right? I don't recall. Well, because literally what I was thinking to myself as he's saying this, I was thinking, well, yeah, no, that makes sense though, because he had like a million drinks. Wait a second, back up. Maybe that's why, because it is weird, right? You go home and have more drinks by yourself. Like, but I wonder if that is what, because again, everyone said they weren't too intoxicated. They are driving, you know, I mean, but is it just a bit convenient though? Yeah. I wonder if that's why.
Vehicles there that morning than there were when you were there the night before.
I couldn't say definitively.
And when you come into the house, who, if anyone, is it that you see inside the house when you get there?
Right.
So I saw Brian, I saw Nicole.
Exactly, Fender.
Brian
Yes.
Jr. may have popped in and out of the same kitchen area that I was in before.
DSN.
Jen and Matt McCabe.
Sorry.
And then
DSN for the win. Higgins will admit to financial crimes on cross and say he gets paranoid thoughts because of opioids. Yeah, also, we have something for that. Y'all, I swear to God. And this is after he's already told that story that was akin to the late stages Alzheimer's, right? Is he actually Alex Murdaugh? Is this a mask? Is this like what's happening?
The paranoid thought and the paranoid thinking, it was always related to pills.
Yeah. Well
a
said.
short time later, Julie Albert showed up.
And Julie Albert, when she showed up, what if anything?
That's true. Julie Nagel did admit it. Sister Nagel. She did. Yes.
Like box of donuts or muffins or something like that.
And as far as the
donuts or
house when you
muffins.
come in, sort of the evening before, but how would you describe sort of the mood and demeanor of the people in the house when you arrived there later on that morning, sometime around 7 or so?
People were pretty distraught
And did you know why they were distraught?
Wow, that's
because
You're-
John had been found on the lawn.
And is that why you had gone
this
to the
is
house?
insane.
Yes.
And
Y'all?
when you received that
Yes.
information or were informed of
Yes,
that,
Fender.
um,
Alec. I know. Who knew Alec could do a Boston accent?
how did you receive that information? Or
Okay,
what
I'm gonna rewind this because this is insane. I don't even know how people can do this. Like, how can you talk about this and not be
in the house when you arrived there later on that morning, sometime around 7 or so?
People were pretty distraught
And did you know why they were distraught?
because John had been found on the lawn.
All of a sudden, there's no
And is that
detail.
why you had gone to the house?
Yes.
And
Wow.
when you received that
Wow.
information or were informed of that,
Wow.
um,
Have fun, DSN. Have fun. Special guy.
how did you receive that information or what,
Oh
if any,
my
impact did
God.
it have on you?
What is happening?
Well,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain, you can ask.
Hearsay. Look at his face. Oh my God, what is
When
it?
did you first learn of Mr. O'Keefe being found on the lawn?
Guys,
at
I don't
34th?
even.
during the phone call at about 6:30ish when Brian Albert, when I spoke with him,
And what was your reaction when you received that information?
it didn't make sense to me.
When
I
he
could-
said yes to that question about, I don't even remember what the question was. It was regarding that was the first question I think he's answered in this entire testimony so far with a yes or a no, with one word like that. When he could have, I mean, many of these, if not all of these questions, probably could have been answered with a yes or no. So yeah, I mean, this is, and the jury's going to pick up on that because the contrast, right? Back to back, all these crazy long answers that are, and then to go from that to this when it matters, when the bot.
Couldn't do the math in my head because I know John O'Keefe and the defendant never showed up. It didn't make sense.
And
Well, he's right that it doesn't make sense.
so from this
That's
time that you're
accurate.
in the house, do you recall any sort of conversation about within the group as far as what was going on?
Well, this could be, hearsay. I was
Do you
going to
recall
say,
that there was a conversation?
Judge.
Yes, I recall that there was conversation and it's
Just that.
okay.
Next question.
That's fine. That's fine. He can't say what they
Now,
said.
from the time
Hearsay.
that you arrived
They have to ask those
There.
individuals
later on that morning, about how long a period of time?
if
were you
they've
there?
probably already testified. So
Less than an hour.
And from there, where did you go from there?
From there.
I don't know
where
if I
did
went
you go
back to the
from
police station or I went to West Roxbury. Might have been the police station.
And
there? This is
you
insane.
went to the police station. Why would you have gone to the police station at that point?
You
Because
say-
I was still trying to put things together in my head. I was upset.
I don't even, but you said you didn't know. What is happening? He just said he didn't know where he went. And then Lally's like, but why would you have gone to the police station? This is stupid.
Those would be the reasons.
I
Do you
don't,
recall whether or not, bless you, do you recall whether or not you were at the police
if I were the
station?
defense,
Yes,
No, I'll allow it.
yes, I'm pretty sure I was there.
bottle of
And,
champagne
do you know
keep
about
ready
how long
for
you were
them
there or
after
about
this
what
day,
time it was? that
for
you-
real,
No, I couldn't say specifically.
or whatever they
And
want.
after you
I mean,
left the police station
Crystal
that day,
Light,
where
what
did
have
you
you.
go?
At some point, I probably went back to West Roxbury.
This is
Um,
insane.
I don't specifically
That is-
remember.
Oh my God.
Now,
Oh my God. Oh my God.
again, from when you went, maybe a fairly simple question, but as far as you drove the Jeep Wrangler from West Roxbury back to Fairview Road that morning, correct?
Yes,
And then you drove that Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station at some point during the day?
I believe I was in that vehicle all day.
Now,
Expensive.
at some
This is I mean, literally, I don't know he's been truthful about anything except for maybe the Jameson and Ginger. I think lawyer, estimated at over $500,000, but I think somebody else came in. It might have been DSN. I know he's at his special lunch now. I think DSN actually found a figure of that online, but we can ask him when he comes back from his fancy lunch. I say fancy. I mean that in a night, like it's special. This is an honor for him, and I'm so happy for him. I love that. I love that so much. And I hope that he brings the OG DSN, double DSN day. This is insane though. This might be honestly, and if this is direct, I would say you guys from all of the shit shows we've seen in this trial, as far as direct examination, because that's all we have, like this is probably, I would say, the biggest disaster yet. And that's saying a lot. Like on direct. Because like a lot of these guys, remember, they kind of held their own to a certain extent on direct. And then it was a shit show on cross. This is insane to me. I don't even know. Just when you think it can't get worse, it does.
only a few days following this, did you
Correct,
have
Linder.
occasion to meet with some troopers from the state police?
I did.
And do you recall who those troopers were?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Oh my God.
And were you familiar with those troopers prior to that date that you met with them?
So I was familiar with Trooper Buchanan. Evidently, I was
Definitely.
reminded by Trooper Proctor that I had met him before. I think I helped him on a gun recovery that he made, but I didn't remember him.
And as far as you've mentioned, sort of socializing with other officers from law enforcement, had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one time at the Hillside. I think he might have been with his child after a sporting event. I think I said hello. I bought him a drink. But I wouldn't classify that as socializing, more being friendly.
This is
But I also,
a lot of exposition.
that area of responsibility, the South Shore, south of Boston, Cape and Islands, I was assigned to a group where I would interface with people in that area, and that Norfolk CPAC office would be people that over the years I've probably dealt with.
Now, when you met with him on this day, do you recall specifically what day it was?
No,
If I said February 3rd, would that sound about right? Or if you know?
I would say in that area.
And when you met with them, you had a conversation with them or an interview in regard to what had transpired on the 28th and 29th, correct?
Yes.
And following sort of the substance of that interview, what, if anything, did you provide the troopers with?
I provided them with text messages that I had exchanged and had on my phone with John O'Keefe, and text messages that I had exchanged with the defendant.
And how did you, in what sort of format did you provide those text messages to the troopers?
Well, they were copies, and I believe that the format would be, the way to categorize it, screenshots.
And how is it that you sort of generated these from your phone?
I consulted a coworker, who's also a friend, and he has the training with the cell phones. I told him I wanted to provide these to the state police. What is the best way that I can get them off my phone and provide them to law enforcement?
Wow.
And why was it that you felt it was important, or why is it that you wanted to share those with the troopers?
Well, I thought it was important because I've had communication with the both of them, and I wanted to be fully transparent.
Now, with reference to either or both of those communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Creed, the material that you provided to the troopers, what, if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to them?
Nothing.
So as far as the material or the text that you provided to the troopers, that was what was on your phone?
Yes.
There was no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
Exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
And specifically, as you were providing it to them or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Buchanan in reference to that very topic? If you recall.
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about, as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
Oh, so I think during the actual interview, he specifically asked me, are these, I would say in sum and substance, he said, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me, nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him. What I gave the troopers was exactly when I captured everything is exactly it is what it is. Everything that was on those phones was provided. Nothing was deleted.
And as far as when you provided these text communications to the troopers, was that something that they had asked for, or was that something that you volunteered?
I volunteered that to them.
And upon them sort of receiving them from you, did they have further questions beyond what they had already asked you based on what you provided?
I believe they got into other specific questions, specifically in relation to John O'Keefe and the defendant, as far as intimacy and things like that. There was more detailed questions that followed.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Oh, boy. So this is going to get to the nude pictures, right? That Trooper Proctor. This is insane.
These, thank you.
Wow.
Sure, I'm going to show you two documents. One,
As we go
Small
through
pages
this,
long ones.
actually, while they're doing this, let's just go forward.
familiarize yourself with the document.
He recognizes it.
Can you recognize what those are, sir? My apologies. Do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize those?
So those are the two documents that I provided to the troopers during the interview.
And the shorter one, who, if any, one is those communications with?
John O'Keefe,
And the longer one, about 56 pages long or so, who, if any, one of those communications with?
the defendant.
May I approach them?
Yes.
Almost introduce them as next.
Okay. So we'll do them separately, please. So that the first 12-page one.
May I turn both of those to the
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention first to what's marked as Exhibit 103. And is that the communications or the text communications that you had with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Here we go, guys.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the first sort of content within that, just in reference to what is the date of the first sort of exchange in these text communications between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Wednesday, November 24th.
And in general, can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about on Wednesday, November 24th?
Oh, boy. Oh, my God. This is taking a long
He
time.
basically,
I know, right?
it's kind of hard to read. I apologize, but
Oh, do you need a
it looks
flashlight,
like he
sir?
just reached out to me.
You need a flashlight?
He said, "What's up, pal? Where are we going to hang local? We are going to hang local. Are you drinking?"
So he's out. He's trying to see where you are and if you want to meet up.
Yes.
Lally?
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the last page within those documents you have before you. So with reference to, there's some conversation on the bottom of that last page from Sunday, January 16th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had mentioned that with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you had been over his house on a prior occasion to watch Patriots game, correct?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to this date that we've been talking about as far as the 28th and the 29th? How long before?
So it was the 16th.
So
Might have
that-
been the 15th into the 16th, I believe.
So that text on the 16th was either same day or the day following when you had gone over there to watch Patriots game?
Well, we were the text where I asked if I broke his nephew's toy video game would have been the next day.
What is
Now,
happening?
in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, you described that he was a friend of yours. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, where you used to live in Canton, where was that, or how close was that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe lived on Meadows Ave?
Not far at all. Several blocks.
Now, prior to you going over there for the Patriots game, at some point, or had you been over to his home at any previous time?
So I reached out. We had inclement weather. It might have been around the beginning of January, maybe 6th to 7th. And I shot him a text and said, do you want me to clear the driveway for you?
So using the same plow that you were talking about before, you had offered to clear out his driveway.
Yes.
Now, on this occasion that you go over there for the Patriots game, prior to that,
Okay, here we
had the two of
go.
you had any conversation, or had you been invited to go over there with reference to football games before?
Well, wait, weren't they not that good of friends? I'm so confused.
Yes. A number of times at the Hillside, I was asked, hey, we're going to watch the last half of the house. Do you want to come
Yeah.
by? Things like that. Yes.
And had you ever taken Mr. O'Keefe up on any of those prior invitations to come by the house and watch?
No.
And so on this particular game, do you recall why it was that you took him up
It
on,
seems like they're trying to give a reason that like make it seem normal that he would drive around with a snowplow. I don't know.
on it this time and went over?
Well, I felt bad. I had never been over there. I've been asked repeatedly. I knew it was probably going to be the last game for the season. And I had also independently got a text of an invite from John himself.
So I'm just so confused. I thought wasn't he distancing himself from really knowing John all that well? I mean, obviously he doesn't seem to care at all that he died and stuff, but like, I'm just really confused.
And then also from the defendant on independently.
Lally's lost
Now,
the
in
will to
reference to
live,
you
so that's why you
Thinking it
can't
was
hear
going to be the
him.
last game of the season. Do you recall, like, was it a regular season game, playoff game? Who were they playing? Do you recall any of that?
I think it might have been the Bills. I don't know if it was the playoffs
It
or
doesn't matter, Lally.
it's just another game to me, but I knew it was probably going to be the last game.
And so if you recall
No,
that evening, about what time?
Shouldn't it be the significance is be that it's the last game that you got to watch with your supposed friend / not friend, depending on which question it is?
Was it that you stopped by Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Oh, it was like just before the game ended, not long after.
So pretty far into the second half of the game by the time you arrived.
Oh, yeah.
And in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone else, was at the house?
Bleeding.
I believe Chris Curran and his wife might have been there at one
Don't
point.
tell me they're going to bring.
I
his
think
wife
maybe the wife left, but he stayed. I believe maybe Mr. Curran. I never met him before. I think they introduced him as Mr. Curran's brother, and
Okay.
then John's nephew. And
Well, finally.
I don't know if his niece was there. She might have been in the other room.
And the defendant, Ms. Reed, was she there as well?
Yes.
And as far as the current concerns, are those people you're familiar with, and how do you know them?
Again, the Hillside. I met them there, and I believe
Sounds like he goes to
through
the
John
bar.
O'Keefe.
Sorry, the
How
bar.
well did you know them at that point?
Not very well.
Now, you mentioned that John's nephew was there. Had you ever met him before?
No.
And what, if any, interaction did you have with his nephew? While
Why did he get emotional?
We're playing video
I'm so
games together.
confused. I am so
the
confused.
text, if I could direct your attention back to the text communications before you with Mr. O'Keefe on that last page. Specifically, there's text that exchanged between the two of you on Sunday.
He
January
broke the
16th,
video
correct?
game? I'm so confused.
I see the text.
That's about 9:30 in the morning. Is that correct?
I know literally nothing about sports ball. I cannot answer these questions.
So
Yes,
Lally, on
I'm
this
right.
last page, which one is it? 1, 2, or 3?
About the
I'm
middle of the page.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Can you repeat that again?
Oh, for
How
fuck's
many
sake.
approach the
What?
lines?
Yes.
Holy mother of God. Does he need a fucking flashlight? Get him a flashlight.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to read. I apologize.
Oh my God, he's gonna need a flashlight. I'm going to die if that happens. I can't even. I can't even.
So I would direct your attention.
I swear with the flash. I just.
Right about there was a Sunday, January 16th. You see that, sir?
Yes.
And that indicates about 9:33 in the morning.
Yes, I see it.
And if you could read from that text exchange, and if you know, if you can indicate sort of who's talking or who's saying it.
It says TF, hurting like this in 10 years. Haha. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's saying that.
Not sure who's hurting and who's saying haha.
Well, I know I was definitely hurting that morning.
What?
But I'm not sure who was saying that.
And
How?
if any
Cell
other
phone numbers?
communication is
Hello?
later on,
I'm-
same chain.
All right, I see John. Was it necessary to introduce Hennessy XO? Was I really playing video games? That would have been me.
He's blackout.
And then
drunk?
it says, I blame Karen. Yup. And then I said, please tell me I didn't break your nephew's video game.
Oh my God.
If I did, I'll replace it. Did I throw a controller or some shit?
Oh boy.
And then it says, I don't think so.
Oh my God.
WTF, I'm hurting.
Hang on.
How can you guys not be?
Okay. So first of all, I think that emotional display was not grief or sadness, which would make sense because it was weird timing. And it was as soon as they mentioned the nephew. And I was like thinking, oh, was he like really close to the nephew, right? Like in my mind. And then he's like, had you ever met him before? And he says, no. And I'm like, and I think I even literally said, I was like, well, then I don't understand what's happening. I think the crying was for himself because he knew what was coming. Maybe, just a guess. Only really explanation. I mean, this is kind of like, what? But now this is sounding like, and I guarantee you this isn't all of it, but it's sounding like he was blackout drunk and potentially threw the nephew's video game controller and broke it. Because, and my imagination of what maybe I'm thinking, what I'm thinking is, are we going to hear that he lost the video game and got mad and threw the controller and broke the nephew's game because that so far of all the people involved in this entire shit show, that would be the most we've seen of someone with like a temper that can maybe get physical or throw. Like we've not heard anybody else so far in this entire trial having thrown anything.
Still in bed.
Yeah. This is
Is that the end of that?
worse than I thought it was going to be.
It appears to be, yeah. Yes.
Then the next conversation begins on what's indicated as Saturday, 12:20 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
This
Your
is
recollection that was January 29th?
Yes.
What?
And is that the message that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes. I said, are you coming here with followed by 3 question marks?
Oh my God, what is going on?
And Mr. O'Keefe, based on your recollection and based on the records you have before, you never responded to that text. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you never saw him after that, correct?
Never again, no.
Can I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Oh my God, I can't believe you guys missing this. So okay. What if John O'Keefe was going to the house and then when he heard from Higgins, maybe he didn't know Higgins was going to be there. Maybe what if he didn't want to go, right? Like what if he was like, and maybe Karen, we know Karen didn't want to go clearly because she did. Like, I wonder if that's something to do with it because they're like, oh, this dude starts drama. Like, and what if there was even a drama of like, oh, he broke my nephew's video game. It sounds like to me, this dude has the potential to be maybe violent's not belligerent, right? Like, okay, he's goofy. He was goofing at the bar, right? But maybe maybe there's like a line where he like give him one more drink and then it goes from like playful wrestling to like, wow, we're having it paused right now. To, other things. Oh my God. Oh, I need to post your picture, Fender. I don't know what is happening. Are they going to cross? Like, what is going on? Hold on. What's happening? This is a long break. Is this a voir dire? We'll find out. I'm asking questions that we will learn with time as I fast forward it. Wow. Okay. Something is happening. Are they discussing exhibits? I'm asking rhetorical questions as we fast forward. There's the fan. What is going on, you guys? I guess they're on a break. Oh my God, what is happening? They're on a break. Okay, they're taking a break. Right at that point in time. Oh my God. Okay. So now we're getting pretty caught up to real time. Let's go forward.
It actually made things easier for you. So it was worth the time.
So they were working on these exhibits, I guess, with the text messages. Holy fuck. I don't even. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Fender, your tattoo looks amazing. First of all, Fender, your tattoo looks amazing, but I would say it could be either the tattoo or literally this testimony could be making you delirious. Either way. Love it. That looks sick.
And Mr. Lally, if you're going to start, are you going to start right with messages?
Yes, sir.
All right, folks, be mindful.
I'm going to start a thread on the Discord, by the way, guys, for tattoo pictures for anyone that wants to share, because I know a lot of us have tattoos. And so, yeah, if anyone wants to, you can.
Mindful of the instruction I've given you on digital evidence on what you have to find before you consider them. Also, I want to tell you that what you're going to hear or see is
the judge has given this instruction several times thus far in the trial. This is this instruction about the text message communication. It really is kind of speaking to the whole thing about propensity, right? We know about this from other trials, for example, Murdaugh, where in other words, anything that is said in these text messages, the jurors cannot interpret that as meaning that someone has a tendency to do this certain thing again or anything like that. And let's see if she actually says what the point is, because we know, like, if, for example, in Murdaugh, it was used to show motive. Oh, I think actually, sorry, I can answer my own question. I think what they've done in the past, it's gone to show state of mind of the deceased, because that is an exception to hearsay. When there's someone that's deceased, you can use it to go. And we actually saw that again in Murdaugh when it came to Maggie. Remember with the whole thing about Maggie talking to Blanca, and they had a whole proffer on it. And it was about discussing that she was worried about the money and stuff like that. That's a good example, because I know y'all are familiar with that, of how because Maggie is deceased, you can, things that might otherwise be hearsay, there's an exception for state of mind. So it's probably that, because so far they've not put in anything and used the, like, for example, again, in Murdaugh, one exception is when it goes to motive, right? We saw that when it goes to motive. They've not done anything for motive. Say what you will, they just haven't done it. So
testimony about certain statements allegedly made by the defendant. You're to view those statements solely for the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind, as it might go to the nature of the relationship with John O'Keefe and potential motive. Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Okay, she did say motive. Hold on, let me back that up again. I was not expecting the word motive.
Hear or see is testimony about certain statements allegedly made by the defendant.
Okay.
You're to view those statements solely for the limited.
These are Karen's statements. So the exception to hearsay here, in this case, it's because it would be an admission by a party opponent.
Purpose of the defendant's state of mind, as it might go to the nature of the relationship with John O'Keefe and potential motive.
Right. Remember when we talked about this with Murdaugh? There's two questions for this stuff, right? The first question you have to ask yourself is it admissible? So if you've got hearsay, you have to have a reason that hearsay is admissible. So there has to be an exception. So the exception would be party opponent. Then it has to be relevant. Remember we talked about this, then it has to be relevant. So twofold test. It has to be admissible, and then it has to be all. That's true for all evidence, by the way. So hearsay is one of them. So, or a statement rather that would otherwise could be hearsay. So the relevancy is the state of mind. So again, the exception for hearsay is party opponent, and then the relevancy would be it goes to her state of mind. All right.
All right, Mr. Lally, go right
Let me
ahead.
get that out of the way.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
My guess is these are going to be text messages between him and Karen. My guess. Fender, one would think, but they've actually not even really talked about her. I mean, the prosecution's barely even mentioned her name during this trial. The joke is that this is like the Albert trial, they call it the McAlbert trial, as in like the McCabe's and the Alberts combined. There's just been way more. There's been very little involving Karen really at all.
In general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
This is a rarity.
Text messages between the defendant and I.
This is rare.
Commonwealth to move to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No, we're not as the next exhibit. We are going to mark that 104A.
Thank you.
Yes. 103A. John O'Keefe's texts were 103. So it's 104A.
My guess is that what happened during that break,
And jury,
defense objected to this coming in, and they did. It was exactly the 403, 404. And then the judge denied that and said, I'm letting it in, but I'll give the instruction. And that's like exactly what they did in Murdaugh 2, except it was the other way around, where it was, you know, it was the same way around, where the defense was objecting to stuff coming in, and then it came in. In that case, it was for motive, and then Judge Newman would give like an instruction. Same idea. Shouldn't the attorneys do what? Give an instruction, or? So my guess is what happened was the defense objected. Like, remember when they were going to take, they're like, give me a moment, sir. They were talking with each other, and they oftentimes will do this in this court with this. They put it on mute a lot of times. I think because it's such a small courtroom, that the hot mic, and we've actually had a number of hot mic moments. So whenever there's going to be chit chat amongst them, they actually mute the feed. And so it's possible that what happened is this: they were saying, "Give me a moment, Your Honor," and then they're looking at admitting this. My guess is that at that point the defense objected, and then the reason being for 403, 404, all that propensity, and so then she dismissed the jury, and they went on that little break, and then they argued over it. She denied the defense's objection, and then said, I'll read the I'll read the instruction like she's done previously. Mark the exhibits. No. So it has to be marked also by the court reporter to be admitted into evidence. There's like 2 steps, right? It's like they have to have it marked beforehand, and that's like for their own trial exhibit number. But then, so that's like, okay, because then to admit it into evidence and be displayed and like for the jury, right? Because sometimes there's things that are just exhibits, and other times things are actually put into evidence. So then they need the court reporter. That's the lady with the pen. I don't know if you guys can see my cursor, but that lady, the court people, they have to mark it so that it can be put into evidence. And also this process has been delayed in this trial because their whole system got changed at some point. Once the trial started, the judge, I think, changed the numbering system. Judge Carroll from Kowalski, right? And I think maybe another trial. Oh, the thing on her face. Yes, that's the ice cream cone. That's for them to do that's the stenographer thing. They had that in Murdaugh as well, and other trials where they talk into it. I don't know what it's called. Actually, I don't think anyone has ever said a name, but they talk into it and it transcribes for the court record, right? For the transcripts. I just don't know what it's called, but yes, correct. Right. So that's typically, they do use the same numbers that are previously marked. But remember, there was also evidence day, like that Friday, or deposition day. Like they settled all that ahead of time after they were having a little bit of delays. But yes, that has to be done. It's just that there's different ways to do it, right? Because this stuff can be done before trial, or it can be done on a day off, where they don't bring the jury in like they did in Duffy Heard. They actually they thought they had this all sorted out. And then I don't know exactly what happened, but it all went to shit. Oral transcription. Right. Yeah. Kowalski. Yeah. I also loved Judge Carroll.
You'll have both Exhibit 104 with you that was a little bit difficult to read. What we've taken all this time for as counsel was great to work out a form that is much clearer for you to be able to read, and that will be attached or right with Exhibit 104. Okay.
I'm wondering, did he talk to Matt McCabe or or have someone tell him like that this was because the
all right, Mr. Lally.
Struggle this much. I've never seen this in a
Mr.
trial,
Higgins,
ever, where they struggle so much.
First, Your Honor, may I request
when it's not
permission to publish the video on screen?
Yes.
I mean, wow, a lot of things. Oh my God, look at his face. Yeah, this is painful for you, sir.
Now, Higgins, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 104A?
Yes.
And as you just mentioned, these are text messages between yourself and
thank you, Superman Girl. It's called
yes.
And on what dates did you first receive any communication from Ms. Reed?
January 12th, 2022.
And prior to that, had you had her number, or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
No.
You had never communicated to her via cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022?
No, I had not.
So initially, you received a text on that date from an unknown number. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from the text before you and what's up on the screen. As far as there are gray bubbles.
Why
on the
would
left,
anyone
bubble
drink
on the
that?
right. Which is you and which is Ms. Reed?
The blue bubbles would belong to myself.
So the other bubbles will be Ms. Reed. Is that fair to say?
We
Yes.
do not know what the
And so that initial communication you received on January
we do not know the
12th,
weed whacker.
2022, that's about 8:27 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the content of the message that you received?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Unless that's a name of
Hey, Brian, it's Weed Whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
And if it's helpful to you, sir,
Oh,
if
it's
you can
supposed-
see the screen
okay.
sort of from where you
I-
are, you can read along.
I think it's supposed to be a nickname because in other words, he doesn't have this phone number saved. Someone's texting him and that must be a nickname he has for them and then they're identifying themselves by the nickname. That's my
the
guess.
exhibit before you.
Okay.
Presumably Karen, but that must be a nickname he has for
Now,
them.
as far as that communication is concerned, is the weed whacker, what, if any,
Ah.
meaning did that have to you? Or
Nickname? That's my prediction.
So ultimately, it was
Holy crystal ball.
based off a interaction with the defendant.
Yeah.
Kind of a nickname that
I called it. Squirrely crystal ball.
she adopted.
Again.
and how did that nickname sort of come to be, or what, if anything, transpired between the two of you that led to that?
Interesting.
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker. And I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant gave me the finger. So I realized that she
What?
clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around,
What?
and as I pulled up to roll down the window,
So many questions.
she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
What?
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had?
Okay. First of all, how could he
Yeah.
hear her if his window was, he is saying his window was rolled up and hers was down, or she was outside and his window was rolled up because he's saying it took her a second to recognize him. How did he hear her if his window was rolled up? First of all. Second of all, this is another example of why I've pointed this out a couple times. This would be a specific example of why she might take the stand and why this is a rarity in this trial where it might actually be beneficial for a defendant to take the stand, because some of this stuff, it's her word against his. And there's going to be no other way. I mean, of course they're going to unravel him, of course, on cross, but some of this information, right? It might be that she takes a stand. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, in this case. Because so much of this is like they're all ganging up against her, right? I mean, yeah, it's everybody against her, really her and John, which is interesting, right? Because really, it seems like her and John were almost not part of the group. And they're not all working, like everyone's working. So it's interesting, right? Because that actually puts them as like on the same side of things, right? Her and John. Like all of this animosity is between the other people, right? And them, but not her and John. So yeah, I know. Yeah. But also let's rewind that again, because this story makes no sense because like logically, right? And this is one of those things where I start to feel, and this happens to me a lot, where I start to feel offended on behalf of the jurors that they think they're that stupid, that this guy thinks they're that stupid.
Spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect,
So pulled up to roll down the window, which means you hadn't rolled it down yet.
"Get the fuck away from me.
How did you hear her?
My husband's a Boston cop."
How the hell are you listening to her if your window's up?
And then I rolled down the window
And then he rolled down his window.
more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme? And
Honestly, the defense probably could have objected to speculation there. Because it is, you can't say what someone else was thinking. That's speculation.
in subsequent conversations that you had.
But see, for them, they'd rather just cross the hell out of it.
Yes.
You know, I would think.
Now, sir, if I could direct
This
your
is
attention
insane,
to page 6
guys.
within that exhibit.
I
before you.
don't. Yeah, exactly. Right. There's no way you could
They're
hear.
not
that
numbered,
window
right,
up.
Mr. Lally?
I'm sorry?
They're not numbered. Is your copy numbered?
They're
No,
not-
Your Honor.
They're
Not
not.
that I can see.
Why are they not numbered at all? Oh, for fuck's sake! This
They're
might.
not, so be cognizant of that when you ask questions. It makes it-
You know, I believe they are. So that's why I hesitated.
Oh my god.
It's sort of in the middle of the page.
Why is this a mess? In addition to being a mess.
Oh, my apologies. I have it now. Very small.
So just on this page, directing your attention to the bottom, it sort of goes on to the next date of January 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to page 7 of those text messages. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 7 on the screen. And sir, if you could read from page 7, and if you could just indicate who's speaking and what is being said in this communication.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. I said, haha, how did you get my digits? Defendant responded, the Melissa and Lito show.
What?
I said, haha, I thought you creeped John's phone.
What
I
is
said,
that?
haha, again. Defendant responded, no way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number. I think even Kerry has it. I responded, what, with a
Oh
bunch of
my
question
God.
marks?
This is,
I said, I just don't give my personal number out to anyone. How would Kerry have my number with a bunch of question mark? And the defendant
I think they were buffering Blackwater.
responded, Melissa had it.
As far as in those communications, the reference the defendant makes to the Melissa and Lito show, do you know what that means?
The two individuals that I also know from the Hillside.
And the Kerry person that she refers to, do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kerry Curran, Chris Curran's wife.
Now, if I could direct your attention to page 9. And it's going to be page 9.
I think she's 40 something. DSM would know.
And again, sir, if you could read from page 9, as far as that conversation goes, it just indicates whom is speaking.
Oh my God. By the way,
Okay, so the defendant said, I prefer a weed whacker.
oh my God.
I responded, that's the thing about nicknames. Defendant said, we were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show, wanted to see if you were game. I responded, you don't have a say. I believe I was referring to nicknames.
What is with these shows? Are they talking in code? What is
I
that?
said, vacation where? Defendant responded, I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in, I believe it was supposed to say Fort Lauderdale. It's abbreviated. Something quick and easy. I said, Defendant responded, I'm the queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I responded, I'm going to Nashville next month, 19 to 21st for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
As far as either one of those trips
Okay.
that you were discussing,
Does anyone know? Have we learned what she does for a living, Karen? Because I'm wondering. You know, we heard from the sisters, the sisters Sullivan. I wonder if this is like maybe there's people in this community that know each other that like just this. Like, what I'm wondering is like, is this a timeshare thing? Is that what all this is about with the vacations? Because that was already a thing, kind of. I don't know, but. I know. It's very much, that's what I thought also super planner role. Cause like, I'm wondering if maybe what she does for a living has to do with the timeshares and shit, but who knows? Right. And see, my thought is clearly we know from the sisters Sullivan, they do that, or at least the older one does. And it looks like pretty much what they do a lot of the time is go on vacation because their vacation is also how they're making money by bringing friends. And that would make sense is to like, you know what I mean? Like how, like recruiting 60 people to go because then you get to go for free type thing. So that would kind of make sense with all the talk of vacation, but trying to make it seem like, okay, if she did this for work, this would read different to me than if it's not, because I really got that vibe from the sister Sullivan of like, clearly I don't want to say it's, okay, how to say it's not that it's deceptive, but it's kind of like, hey, you want to do a friend vacation, but like you're profiting from it. So also,
do you recall any further discussion?
I wonder if that's why
any of those trips?
she might be coming across friend. I mean, it's just a thought. It's literally just a thought. I don't know the first thing about her, but if part of being so friendly and inviting people to vacations, if she's also in that line of work, that would make sense.
Well, I mean, I definitely went to Nashville for that benefit for one of my coworkers. There may have been more conversation about.
That dude kind of looked like Chad Daybell. I mean, obviously it's not, but like, let me back up just a second.
As far as either one of those trips that you were discussing, do you recall any further discussion?
Yeah, she has money to afford her
on any of
tours,
those
that's
trips?
for sure.
Well, I mean, I definitely went to Nashville for that benefit for one of my coworkers.
That doesn't that dude almost kind of look like Chad Daybell a little bit? I mean, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
There may have been more conversation about
Okay.
the Florida trip, but I can't specifically recall it.
I'm wondering if that's what she does.
So if I could direct your attention to
Interesting. I'm
page
just curious.
16, Ms. Gilman, if I could have that.
No one tell me because I want to learn from the trial, or I don't, or not learn from the trial. Whatever happens, I'm curious.
And this is on that same date of January 13th, is that correct?
I believe so. The date's not at the top here, but I believe it is.
Oh my God!
And so
No,
if you could
stop.
read, from that page of communication as far as who was speaking and what was said.
Oh my God!
So there's a
why?
photograph of somebody with a weed whacker. The defendant said, "No, you're not a creep." I said, "Nope." She said, "You're kind of a loner," which I used to be. I responded, "No, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only."
This is it. Oh my God! Hold on. Let me pull this. This is in the way. Let me pull the banner down. I don't even have the words. The circle of trust is interesting because that's also how Jen McCabe referred to their little group after this death. Remember, guys, she actually said circle of trust. It finally came out. She was losing her shit. And she's like, yeah, I didn't want these messages to get outside the circle of trust or circle of people. She used the word circle. No, this is, who's John's brother? Oh, the dude in the audience. Is that what you're saying? I don't think so because we heard from John's brother. John's brother was in front of the Chad looking guy. His brother has a bald head, shaved head. I don't know who Mr. Potato Vibes is. This is right. I mean, really, this is like, are we really going to, now we're getting in. So we already had a lot of overlap with Murdaugh, but like now it's kind of between, what's funny is between this culty-ish and then also Chad Doppelgänger. Now we're getting some overlap with Daybell, which is also insane.
Let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with.
Wow.
So you think you got me figured out? And then I typed circle of trust in quotes.
Correct. Accurate.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, number 17. Ms. Gilman, if I could have that.
No, not to my knowledge. His brother is the dude who
Again, sir, if you could read from page 17 as far as what
I don't know who the Chad dude is.
So the defendant said, yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people, PPL, people abbreviated. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young. And I responded, he died in March of 2020. I'm so not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. Defendant responded, no one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry that's recent.
What is happening?
It wasn't COVID, was it? I responded, cancer. Defendant responded, I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them.
What type of conversation? Y'all, have you guys ever had a conversation like this where you're talking about like cancer, COVID, flirting kind of / I don't even know what to call it. This isn't really unique.
You are private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind? I responded, lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, page 18. And again, sir, if you could read from that.
In the blue bubbles is me. I said, you're funny.
So here's my take on this from what I'm getting. This is all insane. Here's what I think the prosecution's trying to do, because they don't really have much evidence at all. No evidence really, like, you know, as we know. I think that what they're trying to do, which is really crazy, is make it seem like it was okay. So it's going to come out, right? I would imagine that there was this kiss. We've heard about it. It's not come out in the trial. It's probably the only thing I know about that hasn't come in at trial, because really I don't know anything. But there's been a lot of talk of this kiss or whatever, right? My guess is that's going to come out on cross, and true to form, what Lally is trying to do is nip that in the bud, or whatever, thwart it, as I've been saying, by trying to get these text messages in, by using this, obviously, like we said, the hearsay exception due to party opponent, and using in terms of the relevancy test, using defendant state of mind. But that has a real reason, because it doesn't actually, I mean, it's really not actually relevant. The real reason potentially, I think, is because it's so that when the defense questions about the kiss, they can try to make it look like it was Karen who was hitting on him. That's what I think this is about. But we'll see. That is what I think this is about. Trying to make, I mean, obviously to make her look bad potentially, but specifically to make it look like she's coming on to him and he was just standing there, an innocent victim of the kiss or something along those lines. We'll see. Squirrely crystal ball time.
Defendant responded, yikes, wow, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the Hillside. I responded, don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Then I said, who chats? Question mark.
You heard from other
Defendant responded, life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry.
Wow.
So I'm sorry.
That's
We chat.
foreshadowing.
I responded, that's
Wow.
all you got? We chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. Defendant responded, you and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door. I said, oh, she has been out of play like for 3 months now.
So this sounds like she's saying that he told her, like they chatted about it and that he forgot, like maybe as in he doesn't remember this conversation. So maybe he was maybe this is like a regular thing for him, getting blackout drunk.
And then I believe it starts to say out of rotation, question mark.
And then, sir, if I could direct your attention to.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is so insane.
And again, sir, if you could read from that.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. I said, I just got a Saturday invite. The defendant said, did you say yes? Question mark. I said, not yet, with a bunch of periods, but did respond. Defendant said, what did you say, Mr. Elusive?
Sorry, why is he saying he was shy? Didn't he just try to fight back on that thing? She said he was a loner or something, or it was a typo, but thought she said loner. And then he was like, no, I'm not a loner. I have lots of friends, but it's a circle of trust. I
responded, no, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I'm shy. The defendant responded, we prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. I'm inviting you. And I said, haha.
Now, sir, is that the Saturday night that's being referenced there? Is that the same night that you had gone over to the home at some point for the Patriots game?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 21.
Yes.
And again, if you could read from that page.
The defendant said, John said Brian's being wishy-washy now, in quotes. I responded, haha, did you tell him you texted me? The defendant responded, no. And then I gave a thumbs up. Then I said, you cranky now, question mark. Defendant said, haha, no, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. I said, name a few. Defendant said, name a few? I don't know. All of them, question mark. They all want to hang out with single people. And then I said,
Thank you. Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 26.
This doesn't have any context, and I'm missing some context with this.
Sir, if I could ask you to read from that page.
This needs some context, like a lot of context. This is confusing.
in blue is going to be myself again. Foul ball. Defendant responded, you stink. I said,
What?
you suck and you're double
What is happening?
trouble. Defendant responded, you're hot. I responded, are you serious or messing with me?
Ugh.
Defendant responded, no, I'm serious. I responded, failing is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Defendant responded, are you okay driving? You don't want to stay.
One thing I will say is look at what we're not missing. We're not missing the gray bubbles. Remember, we were missing those from those other screenshots with Colin, Albert, and Allie McCabe. Now we've got the gray bubbles again. Hopefully the jury notices that. I'm sure they will. But yes, Fender, I think the point is to try to make it seem, in case there was a kiss, again, the kiss hasn't come in yet. If it's going to come in, it's going to come in on his cross. And then potentially if she takes a stand, that it could come up again, right? And so my thought is like, this is the prosecution trying to make it seem like she was hitting on him so that when the kiss comes up, they've already laid that down as like, well, it was her fault and he was just an innocent victim to the kiss. That's my guess. I don't know what else the point would be.
Stay here. I responded back, I'm fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. And then it starts to say, defendant said, rather you stay here.
And is that, to your memory, when is that sex exchange taking place? In reference to the night that you went over to the O'Keefe's house.
I believe it was that night.
Now, at
Yeah, I know, Candace, right?
Mr. O'Keefe's house on that particular evening.
Yeah, I
do you
know.
recall how you came into the house?
believe it might have been the front door.
Again,
And,
he's got this,
if you know about how
he's
long
at
were
any
you at
time
Mr.
being
O'Keefe's
drunk,
house?
right?
I was probably one of the last people to leave, I think.
And what,
We
if
already
anything,
covered this.
happened as you were exiting from Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
Oh wait, no, we didn't.
So as I was exiting
Here we go. This
the
is-
house, it was either through the breezeway
You
or the
guys-
garage. And as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
There it is. All right.
Before
There we
you
heard
went
it.
out that way, where was Mr. O'Keefe? Did
He
you
looks
say
like
goodbye
she's
to him
gonna
or anything
cry.
like that?
I think I said goodbye to him. He might have been in the bathroom. I'm not 100% positive where he was.
Oh my
And
God.
when you went to leave, which exit from the house were you headed to initially?
Well, as I said, I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage. I was starting to walk through, but whichever way I started to exit, the defendant told me to go a different way.
You know, maybe it was like a Freudian slip because like he's got planting evidence on the brain. I don't know. That's a half joke. I think also it was to try again to make it seem like it wasn't reciprocal, or right? Like he wasn't doing it. Like, because this dude, okay, let me just say this dude is one of the people that seems to be like a potential alternative suspect, right? The defense's theory of the case is she was framed, she didn't do it, but also there's many other people who potentially could have done it. But it was cover up, right? That's their theory. And so they've been kind of pointing the finger at Colin Albert, this dude, and there might be another person. I can't even remember at this point. But like, in my opinion, this dude has been sus as fuck from everything we've heard. The snowplow to me, like if I had to, someone said, okay, you have to pick between the two, one or the other, who did it? Okay, right. This is a hypothetical. If it's like, who did it between Colin and Brian, as in to say, it's been confirmed that it wasn't Karen. It had to be one of these two. And then which one? My money would be on him. So the thought here's the thought process that's going on is that and we also know he met her at the bar that night, the same night that John O'Keefe died. Remember, after Brian Albert Sr., they were together after their little road trip. Brian Albert Sr. left early so that Brian Higgins could have dinner. And apparently Karen met up with him there at the bar. And I think it was just the two of them. Or sorry, hold on. No, wait. They were joined by some other people. Fuck, now I can't remember because we all know their timelines are a complete mess. But there's a picture with the group. Anyway, maybe if you guys remember specifically, but I feel like it was just the two of them at some point. So part of of going along with a potential someone else did it thing would be the idea that if Brian Higgins was jealous, if you're the defense, okay, this is what you would say. Brian Higgins being jealous because he wanted Karen to himself. And again, this is all going under this idea from the defense that it was maybe premeditated type of thing, right? Planned ahead, that type of thing. Or I guess it could have been jealousy, angry, like jealous in the moment. That I guess that could also be plausible. But that's their idea, is like that from what we can tell, right? Because it's not their case yet. So that any type of thing going on between the two of them could possibly point to him as an alternative suspect. I don't even think you need that because already he's sus as fuck. I mean, there's just no way around that. So therefore, to thwart that, the prosecution would then be trying to say, which is what I think we're seeing here, well, it was actually Karen who was hitting on him. It's like a reality show, right? Or like something on Bravo. You know, when it's like people are like, who hit on who first? Jersey Shore be another maybe example of like who hit on who first. You know, who's really responsible for the kiss. It's like that. And this is, again, one of those reasons why I'm saying this is a good example of why Karen might actually take the stand, and it might actually be a good idea. But he's trying to make it seem like he wanted nothing to do with it. It was all Karen. And that's what this is about. And I would say also, right, he didn't say it's mutual. I would say it's more than that, because usually that's what we see with defense, where they're poking holes to create reasonable doubt. In this case, it's just much different because they're actually trying to prove a theory of the case. It's not required. It's not necessary. But they are really determined on proving that there's a lot of fuckery going on here. I think for the cause, for justice for Karen, but I think it's bigger than that from their standpoint of it, because they do not have to be doing as much as they're doing. They're working way harder than they have to. So it's not like they're getting paid more, right? So I think they're wanting to expose all the corruption and get actual justice for John and for Karen. That would be from their standpoint, from where they are. That's what I think. So yeah, they're not going for reason. I mean, we already the reasonable doubt is all we have. Like, we have more than reasonable doubt from what the prosecution's presented. They've given us no evidence of how John O'Keefe died, how, when, or how Karen was involved. None of that. So literally, it's all a joke in a way, because they haven't actually proved anything for why we're actually here. We've got a lot about how everybody knew each other and all these shenanigans, but nothing involving the actual death. So we're not even needing reasonable doubt yet. The prosecution isn't even close to meeting their burden. And that's not just in my opinion. That's really in everyone's, everyone on LawTube you'll hear the same thing. I mean, I think that any level-headed person, it would have a hard time saying, how has the prosecution proved anything? They haven't entered anything into evidence that even is really related to the injuries, the death. I mean, we haven't heard from any of the people, as I keep saying this every time, but it's like, we have yet to see the way that every other trial is, where you see the evidence of the cell phones, and that you hear from the medical examiner first thing, and you hear from, it's just, and even when they had first responders and law enforcement, the only point of them testifying, from what we can tell, was them trying to potentially go along with the story of what Karen said, which might have been completely false, and they got impeached the entire time, and they were all contradicting each other. It is just, the prosecution would be lucky, in my opinion, if at any point in time they actually get to a point where they've proven anything to where you're even thinking, is there doubt? Because all there is now is doubt. Again, just for the sake of accuracy here, remember,
There's no evidence of anything in this case.
so yeah, we have to have evidence and things established first before we can even then get to doubt. So the doubt's not even necessary. This trial, it's like a backwards trial. So yeah.
And which way did
the motion for a directed verdict?
Well, her way. I don't.
I've been saying the whole time, I can't wait for the motion for a direct, because in my mind, it may not get to the defense's case in chief, because I don't know how it would. I really don't know how it would. And I mean, we want that, because that's the only way we're going to really learn actually more information, because the defense has been trying to actually clarify things, whereas the prosecution's only been just giving us confusing, muddled mess. But so if it doesn't get, if it gets past that motion for directed verdict, we'll learn a lot more. But honestly, that's going to be fucked, because I don't know how that's going to happen. Like, that would be, and I've heard some things here and there about this judge and having her stuff overturned. I don't know. Again, that's outside noise that I'm not paying attention to, but we've seen how she's been so far in this case, right? So there's that.
And I honestly can't tell you which door that was. If it was either the breezeway or the garage.
And as you were going out, again, I'm sorry, what happened?
The defendant kissed me.
And how did she kiss you?
Not like a friend.
Lip to lip, is that fair?
Your mother of God, why?
Like a romantic kiss.
That's the way I interpreted it.
And were you still inside the house at the time?
Well, at least that leaves room for
not sure if we had just got to the outside or not.
The defense could start with like, all right, so what do you mean? Like, that's how you interpreted it. So what's a romantic kiss?
Not sure if it was close proximity to leaving.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was taken back.
Was that something that you were expecting?
No.
And about how long was it between when the defendant kissed you and when you left?
Oh, almost immediately.
Wally's a disaster.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to the exhibit before you on page number 27.
Wow. Did you hear his sigh? He's like, no, please don't.
Yes.
Please don't.
Sir, if you could read from that page, and who's speaking.
Put me out of my misery.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, why do you think that? I responded, because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? Defendant responded, I just think you're like me. I said, meaning? ? Defendant said, do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you? ? Hello? And defendant responded,
okay, I have to do this. Do you guys remember in any other trial? Let's take Murdaugh, for example, because we just deep dived the fuck out of it, but take any other trial. But I'm telling you, one of the things I actually am appreciating is there were a lot of people that talk shit about the Murdaugh trial in terms of like SLED or the investigation. I've seen this time and time again so far with this, where people are eating their words on LawTube, and I'm not saying that anything bad about them, right? What I'm saying is, like, now they're like, guys, look at how terrible this is. And they're using Murdaugh as the example of how to do things correctly, which I actually love. And they're like, remember in Murdaugh? And so I'm going to say the same thing that I would be saying this anyway, but it just, again, like, I love it whenever people are like referencing Murdaugh, right? Because it's my favorite trial. So, but remember in Murdaugh, before any text messages came in, do you guys remember how many people we heard from? Y'all, every fucking custodian of records, we heard from Verizon. We had, I mean, literally every type of person along the way for the chain of custody, every single person involved to authenticate the text messages. Same with phone call records, same with the cell phone pings. They had every type of freaking person come in, chain of custody after chain of custody, and testify to authenticity to where it was exhausting at times. But you know what? That is why they do it. Because I'm thinking to myself, again, what has the prosecution not done here? They haven't authenticated any of this. In my mind, it's like, you know what? Like, technically, jurors could be thinking to themselves, and I mean, it's like, is this real? Do we know any? Like, these are just screenshots again, right? Like, just like we had before. Like, the only text messages that they're showing are screenshots because no one did a cell phone extraction and everyone else got rid of their phones. And it's just, I don't understand. I just don't understand. And I think that the only reason that some of this is even coming in is because the defense, in my opinion, believes that the case is so much stronger for their theory that they can just use all this to their benefit, which they can and they will and they should. Because typically, I think there would have been a lot of fighting to keep this shit out. Because what? But also, just why is there no authentication? Why is there none of that foundation? I mean, boy, I feel like I've been taking it for granted in all these other trials when it feels like it's long and maybe a bit boring, but fuck, I really have a different appreciation for it now because the jury can rely on what they're seeing as being authentic. And you know what? Especially in a case where you've got a shit investigation, that's not even up for debate, but potentially you've got fuckery going on from law enforcement. Of all the times when it's of utmost importance to have authenticated text messages, this would be the time, people, like it's a lot. Okay. Fender, thank you for being here. Have a good eat and a good sleep. Love you. See you soon. You're awesome. Love all of you guys. I know I haven't been looking at chats. I've just been talking. It's just right. Well, I think they probably did stipulate, but I think the reason they stipulated is because the defense was like, you know what? Like this is good for us. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe. I don't know. It's just, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. But for the jury's sake, right? Like, the thing is that she gave the instruction, and when she gave that instruction, she didn't say anything about them stipulating. So for the jury's edification, the jury should know and be told, like, hey, if that is the case, they stipulated, that means you can take this as being authentic, Remember what instead she's saying in the instruction is it's up to you to decide if it's valid or not, or whatever, right? Like that's literally in her instruction. She's like, you guys get to judge if you think this is an authentic communication, something along those lines. So she's putting this into the hands of the jurors, which means it's a question of fact. I don't know. So that means that technically it's not even really evidence in that case. So let's just keep watching this.
We alike. I said, I responded, I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? And I think the defendant put a question mark on that bubble, I believe. Or I might have, I don't know.
No, you did because it's blue.
That conversation as far
Come
as
on, dude.
You asking her about
you did the bubble.
Why
it's
she
blue.
reached out to you.
Oh my God.
That question asked by you through the course of these text communications.
Well, the extent of the actual communication via text between the defendant and I was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed. On the 28th and 29th, the 28th, I sent a text, as we spoke about before, when we were at the waterfall. That text didn't respond. There was a text sent by the defendant to me the next day. So in that time period between the 12th and the 29th, there was 9 days that the defendant and I exchanged text messages. With that being said, those text messages, I don't believe were every day, consecutive days. There was 9 days in between the 12th and the 29th.
What is happening right now?
And so as far as that questioning, as far as posing to her, why did she reach out to you? Was that something that you asked once or more than once?
Yeah, I asked it more than once, and during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant. Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John?
That is interesting, isn't it, guys? Does that mean he was actually interested and he was trying to see what was happening? I think that's what that sounds.
Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me in the middle? There was numerous
That
things
makes
that were
sense.
going on. And that's what I was trying to vet out or suss out or whatever you want to call it. But I was having a hard time accepting what was happening.
You could have just blocked her
If I
phone
could
number,
direct you to the
dude.
next page,
You could have just blocked her phone number, but you didn't. Just saying. If you really were like, this is a mess, I don't want anything to do with it, you could just block her phone
So
number.
I'm in the blue bubbles.
I swear to God.
Shoot straight with me.
Why don't
Defendant responded, I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Couple question marks. I responded, yes, agree. Now what?
Oh,
Defendant
my
responded,
fucking-
I don't know. I said, shouldn't you know? Defendant responded, do you like me? I said, yes, from jump.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Defendant
Oh my
said,
God.
when was jump?
Oh my God.
I said, first time I saw
oh
you.
my God.
Defendant responded,
Oh my God.
when was that?
This is
I said,
insane.
Hillside for your shore.
If I could direct your
What?
attention to the next page, 29.
Okay. So
If I could ask you to
he
read from that, sir.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles.
he was trying to say that he was trying to make a disclaimer that those text messages are for the sole purpose of sussing out, I guess, as he says, where she's at. That's not what those are. That's a fucking lie. Just saying.
Hillside for sure. When
And
were
you know
you in?
what the thing is this is some of those things where it's like real deal. This part is less confusing than the earlier text where they were talking about all kinds of different shit. This type of interaction about whether people like each other or not, everyone's going to be able to relate to this and see it for what it is. That's the thing. This is the conversation everyone can relate to. And we've all seen this a million times. He wanted a roll in the hay. Absolutely, he did. That's right. That's right. But he's trying to act like he didn't. Why? Because he knows it's going to make him look like a suspect, potentially.
Arrested?
That's what I think anyway. And
Defendant responded, I don't know. You're just my type. I responded, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. Question mark.
Oh my God. Sorry.
Defendant,
Who does he think he is? Beyonce? Do you think you can handle this? Bootylicious. What is it? You're hoping you can handle all this jelly that I have, and then some other things. Anyway, when he said, do you think you can handle me? I'm just like, oh, okay. Are you Beyonce now? Is that does he think he's bootylicious? Sorry, I needed a break from this insanity to think about something funny.
responded, how do you know if I'm happy? I said, I just assumed. Defendant responded, are you hard to handle?
Speculation.
I may have put a question mark. Then I said, what do you like about me?
What is
Defendant
happening?
responded, I just feel like you're from my neighborhood.
What the hell
I
is
said,
that?
yes, yeah, ditto.
Oh my God.
Defendant
this is
responded,
insanity.
and I think you're hot.
This is insanity,
If I could direct your attention to the next page, page 30.
right? Jelly. Maybe that's why they had
If I could
peanut
ask
butter
you
and
to read from
jelly
that, sir.
in the car for the sandwiches.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that?
And Sister Nagel did or didn't see a black blob and they were making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches or something. That just ties everything back with the jelly, right?
I have always thought that about you. Defendant responded,
Full
what?
circle.
I responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty. I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No,
Those
didn't
are not
I?
his
Question mark.
problem here.
Sir, if I could
Oh
direct
my
your
God.
attention to
This
the
is
next page,
insane.
31.
This is
That's-
insane. This is insane.
I'm glad I'm in the blue
I
bubble
will
again.
give, sorry.
I'm glad I stopped
I'm
by.
reading ahead, guys. I'm sorry, I can't help it. It says, I will give, look, can you see I will give you whatever you want. That's my, oh my God, sorry, hold on, wait, I'm reading. You don't have to beg. How are you texting right now? What does that even mean? Oh my God, this is insane. Yeah, no, she was confused by that as well. So. all
Should have
right.
come earlier.
Oh
You
my
really live in
God.
Mansfield. Defendant responded, yeah, I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh?
Oh my
I said, I will
God.
give you what you want. How
No,
are you
that's
texting
not what
right
you
now?
No, that's not what you said. You said whatever you want. That's different.
And I said,
It's different.
leaving me
Context.
hanging. Defendant responded, no.
Oh my God.
I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
This is insane. You
As far
wanted
as
to have like
the-
a dude. You know what this sounds like to me?
Communication from
This sounds to me like a one of them like phone, phone sex or sexting situations. Is that what we're getting to? Because he's just asked if everyone's asleep. I don't even know. This is
defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you. What did you take?
Wow.
That's me.
That you wanted me to come over?
the thing is that anyone who doesn't watch trials is just missing out. That's all I can say.
And if I could turn your
Literally,
attention to
you're
the next
missing out.
page, 32.
And you know what? I have to say too, you guys remember our friend Abby in the Discord? She's awesome. And I just want to say that she's said the trial is boring, which is fine. But you know what? I don't think anyone could find this shit boring. And I feel terrible for those who are missing out because this is wow.
If I could ask you to read.
Boring / confusing.
So it starts off with the defendant saying,
Sorry, not boring.
I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what?
my
Question
God.
mark. Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that
What?
would have been distracting. So now what?
Oh my God.
So no,
What is happening?
what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what?
Right. I exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, now's the time people like send the squirrel call. Like now's the time. If you're going to watch the trial, jump in now for this shit. Like this is insanity.
Question mark. I responded, balls in your court. Defendant said, what do you want? I
Right.
said, I responded, loaded question. What do you want?
Oh my
Question
God.
mark. Defendant
You guys,
responded,
This is I have to say, no wonder the defense stipulated to this, though, right? If that's what indeed happened. Again, like I said, if they did, it was only because they knew this, they could use this to their advantage. Yeah. I haven't seen Triple R in a while, so I'm not sure. And Fender, unfortunately, had to go eat and sleep. But I'm wondering if DSN will be back soon because time is I have no idea what's going on with time right now. It feels crazy. But he left for his special lunch, but I'm wondering if that might be, right, wrapping up soon. But how are we going to catch him up? I don't know.
I asked you, exclamation point. I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 33.
He probably knows what Karen does for a living too, by the way, or did for a living.
I said, spit it out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. I responded, don't you have a boyfriend? Question mark. Defendant responded, where are you? Question mark. I said, Canton. Defendant said, where? Question mark. I responded, my office is at the PD. Why? Are you going to Mansfield? Question mark. Defendant responded, where is that? I said, Canton PD.
Oh.
Defendant
okay.
said, I have a house there from
Okay.
before I
Okay. Now it all makes sense. You remember, guys, when they were trying to get in the the prosecution. Remember how they kept trying to bring up the whole thing about did they ever argue, right? And it was like, no, not really. But like the best they could do is a couple people would testify about the point, like, well, she kind of said something about how she, what was it? Something regarding kids. It was very innocuous, right? But it was something about more time to themselves, more time together. But something about the kids, he takes on too much with the kids. I think that, in my opinion, was trying to set up for this, where now they've got these text messages. Again, they're trying to make it seem like she's the bad guy here, right? And so that would be the whole thing of like, well, actually, let me go back a second because it was on this part with if you can see my cursor. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids, so we can do whatever we want. I think that's the whole point of that other stuff, is to make it seem like if she killed John, this is insane, right? To even say this. Like the theory maybe is like if she killed John, then she's kid free. Which, to having said that, you know what? That happened in the Daybell trials, for fuck's sake. Like that act, like I'm thinking that, and I'm like, why do you just kill people if you don't want to have to worry about the kids? Like, but that like happened. Like, it's like, but see, they weren't even married, right? Her and John, like they could have just broken up. But I don't know if that's where this is going. Either that or just something. It's something about her not wanting to be around kids. Kids are getting in the way. That's what that reads to me as, and that they were trying to set it up for that. What do you guys think?
Defendant said, where? Question mark. I responded, my office is at the PD. Why? Are you going to Mansfield? Question mark.
I absolutely agree, Sewer Planner Girl, and I don't think there's any other way to say it. Like, that's totally fine. That's what it is. He definitely is.
Defendant responded, where is that? I said, Canton PD. Defendant said, I have a house there from before I reconnected W. John. I responded,
Right.
oh, I
Spoiler.
feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 34, and ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant starts off and says, do you like me? Question mark. I responded, yes, clearly.
We already covered
Defendant
that.
said, come over my house.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
I responded, when? Question mark. Defendant said, when works for you?
Oh no.
I
no.
said, whoever,
No.
and then whenever.
No.
When works for you? Question mark.
No.
The defendant said, I asked you
Stop.
first. I responded, I think
No.
you're messing with me.
Stop. No. This is going to be the text message that breaks LawTube. I'm calling it right now. There's going to be, LawTube is going to break. I'm breaking. Are you guys seeing this? So yes, these are screenshots. And again, I just was ranting. You might have missed it. I was ranting about the problem with not authenticating stuff. So yes. However, ostensibly the defense stipulated or something along those lines where, you know, they want to be able to use these to their own. I mean, right? It does seem like, because look, there's no, okay, hang on. But now all of a sudden, there's no, before I go crazy. You know what's so funny? I bet everyone else is going to have a similar reaction where they start freaking out and then they realize there's times missing now, right? Now look, because see, I was like thinking that I'm glad you came over tonight. It seems like something else would have happened in communication there, right? Like they didn't ever answer the question of when to come over and whatever, where. Like look at all the other questions where it's like clearly they don't know what they're doing. Like whoever went over all that. And so like they didn't actually solidify a plan, it looks like. And then it's like, I'm glad you came over and there's times missing. Oh my God. But now all I can think about is Shakira. Whatever it is, wherever, wherever. Is it whenever, wherever? I don't know. One of the things. We're meant to be together. I'll be there and you'll be near. Oh my God. You guys can probably tell I'm short circuiting. This is insane. Maybe a phone call. Good point. Could have been a phone call. I'm sure he's going to ask. I don't even know what to say. This is crazy. It's crazy either way. If this is real, it's crazy. If this was fabricated, that's also crazy. It's crazy no matter what. That's my conclusion so far.
Defendant said, I'm glad you came over tonight.
Holy shit. I'm glad
With
I'm
some type of
screaming.
face. I responded,
Oh my God, you
me
guys.
too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen?
Dude,
You look
y'all,
great tonight.
What is happening?
If I could direct your attention to the next page.
No,
35,
give us,
and
dude,
the
give us
last-
some time
second
to
to last
digest
bubble
this
on the bottom,
before
starting
giving
with
us
how you
more.
glad you said.
What's low comps? I don't know what that is.
Page 35?
Yes.
Oh my God.
And where is it again?
Guys,
Second to last blue bubble.
ESN? How are we going to get him up to speed on this? How?
Starting with, are you glad?
Yes. I said, I'm in the blue bubble.
I
I
mean,
said, are
everybody
you glad
said
you
that.
walked me out? Question mark.
And what did she respond?
Defendant said, yes, with
What
like
is happening?
semicolon, some type of a mark there.
What is low comps?
Are you? Question mark. And I said DEF for definitely.
We know what that
And if I
means.
could
That's
direct
not your
attention
biggest
to the next
problem,
page,
sir.
36.
We know definitely. Fucking
If you
hell.
could please read from that.
So at the top, I'm in the
Okay.
blue bubbles. It says yes.
Is this another thing of like they were drunk and they don't know what happened? Like we kissed, right? And then he says, is this a trick question? Kids who are listening and adults, anybody who's listening, if there's one thing we can learn from these exchanges, it's that drinking too much is a bad idea. Because we're seeing a lot of people. I mean, here, this is like, okay, remember, there's legitimate memory problems. And then there's also the idea potentially that you are exaggerating how much you had to drink so you can try to explain your memory problems. Now, how do we know? Really, it comes down to, were you intoxicated or not, right? So in a case where people like, yeah, they were drunk, they were intoxicated, we know they were drunk, whatever, blah, blah, like that's different. The only reason I think it's weird before when it comes to like the stuff with the bar, is because everyone said that everybody wasn't too intoxicated and then said they all had a lot to drink, but yet they weren't intoxicated. And then the memory thing. But again, this is a different moment. This is a different time period. This is a different instance. This is before John is dead. So this looks like potentially one of those situations. But again, there's still no times here. Let me back up a little bit just to see, because I know there were times previously. So let's see, is there a difference in, like, when do we have times versus not? Let me back up a little bit. Because we did have times at some point, and then there's a time. I'm just trying to see as examples. So I don't, like, okay, I'm looking at my phone real quick for iMessage to see, like, does it do it? Okay, hold on. Oh, I guess it doesn't always have times on the side. If you're going back and forth, how does it decide to start a new category where it gives you, do you guys know what I mean? That's, well, I'm asking that question. We need an iPhone expert to testify to this. As to when does it decide to start a new category? And I remember people talking about this previously when we were talking about Allie's and Colin's texts, and people were saying, you know, it is interesting because for some people, I remember them saying like that it would have every day in a row, or like, for example, I'm looking at a text here with a student, and it has Friday, May 17th at 7:32, but then it has another, and then there's 2 text messages, and then it has again Friday, May 17th at 10:04. So in that case, it's the same date and it's only less than 2 hours apart. But then there's other times where it doesn't reiterate the time and the date. So this is all important, and it's hard to tell what the pattern is. Okay. Anyway, back to where we were. Fucking hell.
And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, I don't know, question mark. It's in old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms.
Wait, that's too far.
With you, but in person and communication with you as well.
Situation. I responded.
Hold on.
And if I could direct your attention to,
You're not going to miss any of this.
I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no what? And then I said, now
Oh my God.
come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I basically, yeah.
Okay, we
Is
saw
everyone
that.
asleep?
Oh my God, this is insane.
I said Canton PD.
Okay, we saw this.
And question mark. Defendant said, when works for you?
Oh my God.
And question mark. Defendant.
Sorry, going for it. Okay, I think this is,
the
yeah,
last-
this is where we
second
were.
last blue bubble,
Low
bottom,
comps. This
starting
is
with
where we
all
were.
you
This is
had.
where we were. Okay, we're good. Yeah, lunch
Page
break.
35.
You're right. Lunch break.
And where is it again?
Lunch break
Second
should
to
be
last blue
soon.
bubble, starting with are you?
That's right. Lunch break should be
Yes.
soon. Oh my God.
I said, I'm in the blue bubble. I said, are you glad
my
you walked
God.
me out? Question
Oh my
mark.
God.
And what did she respond?
Defendant said, yes, with like semicolon, some type of a mark there. Are you? Question mark. And I said DEF for definitely.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, 36.
Oh my God.
And if you could please read from that.
So at the top, I'm in the blue bubbles. It says yes. And then I said, are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? Defendant texted, we kissed, comma, right? Question mark. So then I put a question mark on her question and said, is this a trick question? Defendant said, I don't know when I'm going home. I'm selling my house, with what I think is a smiley face. What a trick question, and a couple of question marks. I responded, are you moving to Canton? I'm following your lead with this. Defendant responded, I live here, but I have property in Mfield. I'm guessing it's Medfield. Defendant said, why my lead? I don't want any
This is
responsibility.
insane.
I responded, you started this, right? Question mark. Why did you get my number? And it says each out to me. It meant to say reach out to me. I then said, still have not told me.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page,
Oh,
37, and
boy.
ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, sorry, should I not have? I responded, I'm fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. Defendant said, you're mad at me? I said, OMG, no, not at all. You're being silly. Defendant said, I told you, exclamation point. I just think you're like me and I'm attracted to you.
I mean, her being
And then she
attractive
said,
would
a
be a
lot.
reason, but still.
I responded, feeling is
all
mutual. I just never saw this coming.
Oh,
Defendant said, why? Question mark. I responded, because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. Defendant responded, I was, but things have deteriorated.
I think the other, oh, that's, okay. I was going to say, I paused it right before that happened. So I was going to say that another thing for the prosecution is, we always hear about the generally bad guy rule, that the prosecution could be trying to do like the generally bad girl rule, like, look at her, she's awful. That means she, of course the judge is telling them the opposite, which is that just because these things doesn't mean murder, right? However, But then, as I was pausing it, they just read that text. I was, but things have deteriorated. That actually changes things if it's legitimate, because that actually does go to her relationship with John. That would be the first evidence, if it's legitimate, that actually points to things not being great with her. And oh my God, DSN's back. DSN, I don't even have words. This is insane. We are at level insanity past a million times trillions. So, oh my God. But this would be the first thing we've seen. I guess, okay, so far without just trying to, okay. What would I do if I were the defense? Besides all the other stuff they can do, because there's so many problems with him. But regarding just this one text, I think there's a couple angles you could take. Well, first of all, like I said, just because, okay, I would start with this. Deteriorated, she used that word. That can mean a lot of things for a lot of people. I'm just trying to think along these lines. Like, we can't assume what she means. Now, if she wants to say what she means, she can take a stand. But deteriorated doesn't necessarily mean, it can mean a lot of different things, right? First of all. Okay. Second of all, just because if they did deteriorate, however you want to define that word, doesn't mean murder, right? Third of all, third option, third strategy, potential strategy would be, what if she was just saying this because she okay, fine. Like you could, okay, this would be another strategy. You could say, okay, you know what? We're going to go along. We're going to admit that, or we're going to not dispute that she was hitting on him. Maybe that's not your worst scenario, right? With this type of message. Like maybe what you do is you concede that she was hitting on him and that she said things were deteriorating so that he would continue to sleep with her. Maybe that's, again, if the first two options fail, you have that as a backup option as to that. In other words, she could be saying this even if it's not true. That's my point, if that makes sense. Good luck, DSN. Godspeed. Great questions by Super Planner Girl. No idea. Absolutely no idea. So Blackwater saying means it got worse. But again, like I said, there's options here because it even if that's the case, it doesn't mean murder, first of all. And second of all, you could say that she's just saying that because he's like suspicious of her or maybe not going to sleep, whatever, right? I don't know. Obviously, he's not a good enough guy to be worried about his friend. That's clearly like, okay, let me also point that out. His trepidation actually has nothing to do with, I don't want my friend to get hurt. We've seen nothing about John. He's not even mentioning it. He's really worried more about what's she trying to do, right? Which is interesting. That definitely makes sense too. Like that says a lot about his mindset, being like the dude that he is, that's what he's, in other words, instead of being about a good person for his friend, he's like, oh, she's a woman, so she must have ulterior motives. So that's a whole thing. But what he could be doing is he could be saying, I don't know because John is my friend and I don't want to be a douchebag. But that's not what's happening. This is a lot. Yeah, this is fuck the party, Blackwater. I'm joking because I don't know what it is, but like this is insanity. We need help from each other and support to try to make sense of it if we can.
And if I could direct your attention.
Sorry for that sound effect. I don't even know. You want to know what? I can define deteriorating. I am deteriorating. That's what I am deteriorating.
He said, why? Question mark. How so? Question mark. What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? Question mark. Defendant responded, it is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. I responded, he seems very into you. Defendant responded, I just told Melissa that I had.
Again, this seems like there's text missing here because this doesn't make any sense. When he's like, why, what did she say? Like, he seems very into you. Here, that actually is a normal response, in my opinion, of like, hey, but what about John, right? He doesn't actually say John's name, first of all, which is interesting. It says he. But then the next thing is that's cute. So if you think your friend is into her, then why is it cute that she asked for your number? Shouldn't you? And why aren't you just blocking her, dude? Oh my God.
Your number, but lost it. I said, that's cute. She wasn't suspicious? Question mark. Defendant responded, no, she's great. I responded, does she know you like me? Question mark. Defendant responded, she's a sweetie. We just agreed. You are great. With another smiley type face.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 40 and ask you to read from that.
The jury.
Defendant said, yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water.
What?
I responded, are you breaking up or staying together? Defendant responded, I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation.
Okay.
I'm very close to his niece.
Oh, interesting.
It is a very fucked up situation. I responded, when was that and how did you find out he hooked up? Question mark. I don't want to complicate your situation. Defendant responded, we went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel
my
all over
God.
one of our
Okay,
friends.
this is referring to the Sister Sullivan thing. This is insane. There's a lot.
Whatever, it doesn't matter.
I don't even
I responded, it does matter.
Now, as far as that indication that she made to you, either through text communications or in person,
And it's like,
did she?
the thing is what's interesting about him is he's like, it does matter, but at the same time, you're right, Super Planner Girl. He's not blocking her because he's speaking out of both sides of his mouth, which is weird. He's like, every now and again, or not every now and again, sorry, once, he's like, but what about John type of thing, right? When he's like, aren't you guys blah, blah, blah. And now he's like, it does matter. But yet at the same time, he is definitely trying to get into her pants. So
indicate at any point in time where that occurred?
hell, what is happening?
So there was an occasion that the defendant stopped at my house. And again, the conversation that took place at my house was in relation to, again, sussing out and trying to figure out if this was everything that I stated before. Like, was this legitimate? Was she seriously interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? And during that, there was touch on that topic, and I became to realize, it was my understanding at that point that this incident took place in Aruba on New Year's Eve, based off the text messages and the conversation at my residence.
This was something that she brought up not only
Oh
in the
my
text messages,
God.
but in person in communication with you as well.
Yes, I mean, outside of being over there for the game, there was only one time that the defendant and I ever interacted on a one-on-one basis.
I will say also, guys, there's a change in his demeanor here, right? Now, having said that, he's just been reading text messages, not really answering questions, but he seems much more comfortable now versus the night in question regarding his whereabouts, regarding the snowplow. I almost called it a tow truck, regarding the Jeep, which he called it the wrong Jeep, like fucking hell, how? Like, that's a whole thing. The whole thing with everything regarding that night in the police station. And then also the day that he seems to have thrown some sort of video game controller at John O'Keefe's house. Like, it's interesting to see the difference, which is important, right? Because you know what? If all of this stuff is true with her wanting to sleep with him, you know what? That's a small price to pay to just concede to. If like this dude actually is responsible for John's death and is out free while she's on trial for murder, right? And meanwhile, there's not been justice for the victim. Like, in other words, that's a small price to pay, if you want to put it that way, of like, yeah, fine. Like, because his demeanor was crazy during that line of questioning from direct. I can't even imagine what's going to happen on cross. This is insane. Black Widow says she's a very pretty lady, not equal to him in attractiveness. Maybe that's his confusion. Well said, Black Widow, Beth Witter. Yeah. That's exactly right. Both could be true. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and it does come down to this. This is why the law makes room for this, because just because, let's say her or anyone else, doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, maybe you are wanting to have some extra things on the side, some butt dials, what have you, little tomfoolery. Oh my God. What, my brain's broken. Like I said, it has deteriorated, shall we say. But this is why we hear this in every trial where they're like, well, just because they did this one thing doesn't mean murder. This is a great example and the perfect time for that, because that's what literally, like, yeah. I mean, and in this case, again, it's just so different because we actually have other people who so far, based on the evidence from the prosecution, they seem to be just as, actually, I would say, this is my opinion, more involved than the actual defendant. And like, it's like everything's backwards. So in this case, anyway, you can see why her defense team is so passionate about fighting for her, I mean, that's absolutely, yeah, 100%. Absolutely, super planner girl. It's fucked up. Yes. Double standard. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. I hope the jury is not going to fall into this stupid, misogynistic, sexist bullshit trap that Lally is trying to set.
And ask you to read from that.
So I'm in the blue bubbles and I
It's
said,
the first time he's actually done anything that could be deemed a strategy that might help his side of the case at all in this trial, in my opinion. Like literally, this is the first thing I've seen. It doesn't prove any, it's not, in other words, this is like the first thing that hasn't harmed his side, I would say. This is the first thing that could be neutral, or they could maybe think, like Super Planet Girl said, you know, it's worse when women do it, that type of whatever. But like, it's the first thing we've seen that even is in that category. So yeah.
did they bang?
100%.
Question mark. The defendant responded, does that matter? Question mark. I said,
Oh my
sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure
right.
shit out.
Back to this.
Defendant responded, it doesn't really matter. I said, okay, I won't ask again. Defendant said, I don't care, with a smiley face. It doesn't matter. I said, I responded back, okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Defendant responded, okay. I responded,
What
why are
is
you getting
happening?
your thing all twisted up over simple questions?
What is happening?
Then I typed on. Defendant responded, I'm
Why?
not.
What
I
is
am, question mark. I responded, you're kind of getting defensive.
Oh,
Defendant
boy.
responded, not at all, with an exclamation point.
Such a great point.
So if
I
could
agree.
direct your
Yeah.
attention to
Right?
page,
Yeah.
46.
Totally. Totally. Yeah. It's fucked.
Ask you
Yes,
to read from
Blackwater.
that.
Oh my. Like, dude, look at this. It's like neither of them know what actually is happening. And I hate that the text is blocking it, but it says, we did kiss earlier. No. Like, they don't, do they just not, are they just really drunk? I don't know what's going on. Like, what is that? Are they just drunk a lot? Like, really? How does nobody know what's happening? Well, they don't know what's happening clearly during this time, but we also don't know what's happening at all in the trial.
Defendant is in gray. She said, we did kiss earlier, comma,
That's-
no,
I know,
with an
right?
exclamation point. I responded in blue bubble. I think you initiated that. No, question mark. Defendant said, yep. Do I owe you?
We haven't heard from DSN yet. I hope he's okay. He's y'all, these text messages need to have, there should have been a warning. Lolly, there should have been a warning. People were not, I was not prepared. No one's prepared. This is insane.
An apology, question mark. I said, OMG, no. Why are you being sensitive? Defendant responded, I'm not. I responded, kinda. There's a P and a FFT, never, responded by the defendant.
Oh my
What do you want from me?
God.
Question mark. I responded, what's on the table? Question mark.
This is
Defendant
weird.
said, what do you want ideally? Question mark. I responded, the real deal.
even is
Defendant
that?
responded, it doesn't exist.
Objection vague to him. I mean, like vague to him.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, I had no idea Runkle was streaming. What? That's crazy. Is he doing weird? Wow. Okay. I don't even know. I'll catch up on that on replay.
I could direct your attention to.
Yeah, EDB will lose her mind. Runkle will probably do the thing where he just laughs for like 10 minutes
ask you to read
straight
from that.
and then gets out his evidence cut. That's my guess. EDB will probably have a reaction similar to mine where she's like, I'm broken, and she'll malfunction in short circuit.
It starts off in blue. I said, I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom and Bedford are down to the Cape.
I know.
Defendant
We haven't
responded,
heard
which
from
base
him.
down the Cape?
We haven't
Which
heard from
branch?
him.
I said,
Oh my
Army's
God.
Army. Defendant said, I'm not abnormally sensitive. I responded, Joint Base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Defendant responded, OMG, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I responded, I was just
Right.
playing with
Well,
you.
Yeah.
Defendant
No, that's why I'm doing it. I didn't know he was though. I saw a notification, but I assumed it was for the recap. But that's exactly why. Yeah. I mean, this is worth streaming regardless. But like, I mean, wow.
Defendant responded, you weren't, but that's okay. I responded, stop being sensitive, please. Defendant responded,
know.
I'm not.
I know.
Now, sir, in reference, in that page of text communications, you made reference to a base down the Cape. Is that right?
Yes.
Who cares? Dude,
Where is that in
Lolly.
relation to
Lolly.
where you live in Barnstable County?
So I can utilize one of the gates to get onto the base. I can get fuel. I can shop.
It
I then
sounds-
can hit the Bourne Bridge, and I would
Sounds like people give him favors everywhere he goes, right?
use that as a cut through at the time when I was
Insane.
splitting my time between two different
Oh.
properties.
What is the deal? And we also know he's got a lot of properties, a lot of money. Like, I don't know. Maybe there's some I don't know. You guys, this is just really crazy.
Is there also like a duty-free shop there?
There is, yes.
And at some point throughout the course of the text communications, did you offer to pick something up for the defendant from that?
It's okay, wifey.
I believe so.
There's a lot. This is
If I could
insane.
direct your attention to
This is
page,
insane. This is going to
6.
break the internet. This is breaking me, my brain. This is,
And ask you to read from that, sir.
we don't know if DSN's alive. He's
Defendant said, I don't know, question mark. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms with kind of an emoji. I responded,
interesting.
more than you clearly need. Are
Is
you
he
moving
not?
to Canton, question mark. Defendant said, I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. I responded, a lot, why, question mark. Defendant respond. I then said, do you even know what you want, question mark, or who, question mark.
Fucking
Defendant
hell.
responded,
Come on.
because I went from being solo to trying.
Sorry, I'm pausing it. So this is a lot of stuff. Also, it's doing that thing to me where it looks like there's things missing because they jump from talking about her house, like it's an old colonial and it has such and such bedrooms. Like, how do you go from that to like, I don't know. Sometimes it just seems like there's things missing, but whatever.
To give attention to kids
Not our
who
biggest
aren't
problem right
mine, and I never wanted kids. I responded, I thought you were happy in this. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Defendant responded, everyone is happy at the Hillside.
If I could direct
Oh
your
my
attention to
God.
page
You know
6,
that.
one, and ask
Okay.
you to read from that.
Here's how I interpret that. That everyone's happy when they're drinking, maybe. But also, remember, we heard from other couples. It might have even been the freaking Greek couple, right? There was more than one other couple that said that. So I'm wondering, hold on, I'm backtracking because I'm thinking, I wonder if that's actually a thing. Because remember, they said this, several people said this, where it was like, how do you have such a happy marriage or a happy relationship? And then there was someone else that joked and they were like, well, we're at the bar. And then there was another time where it was a question about like, how do you do it with kids? And then it's like, well, we're at the bar. You guys remember what I'm talking about? That came up several times. I think even from the Greek couple, maybe, which if they said it, then that just gives it more credibility that might actually just be like a thing that they say. Like maybe that's a local saying, maybe. Either that or it's just they're happy when they're drunk. But the Hillside being specific or makes me think it's referring not just to the bar, but maybe the group of friends, which is the difference to me. Because she could have said everyone's happy when they're drinking or everyone's happy when they're drunk or at bars in general, but she said everyone's happy at the Hillside. So I'm wondering if that's like they have a group saying. I don't know. You guys, this is a lot of stuff though. Wifey. I mean, I called that from the get-go that the two Bryans are doing it to each other like the Discovery Channel, so to speak. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, when we thought the internet broke with the butt dial scenario, the internet wasn't ready for what was to come. Right. That's so super. What makes me think of what I said the other night to you is that is my actual secret to happy marriage. Okay. I don't remember what you're referring to, though, Super Planner, because my brain has exploded and it's on the floor in pieces at this point, almost literally. So, my brain's going on a lot of places at once with this. There's going to be a lot of content now to finish let me just say this, all of the verses to, oh my God, Get Low, the song, Get Low. Because now it's just going to write itself because I already have a couple verses done, but yeah, with these text messages, are you kidding me? Right. Okay. That's what I thought, but I wasn't 100% sure because again, my brain is done. That's fucking hilarious. I don't think you're ready for this. Strawberry preserves or jam or, now that you think about it, there's a lot of different names for jelly or jams, aren't there? What's the other one? Compote? I thought compote. You guys, you and me, baby, ain't nothing but Brian's. Yes. So let's do. You know what? Let's take a moment. Let's just take a moment. DSN, I don't know. I hope he's alive. DSN, we are all rooting for you. We know you're catching up. He's probably, we aren't hearing from him, which it's just, yeah. Okay. Let's take this moment to just go over my lyrics. Again, I'm going to get it with the guitar. But here's what I got so far. I'm going verbatim from the song lyrics, using as many things the same as I can so that it's like actually good. So like the 369, we're doing 339 happens to be the area code in Canton. So I lucked out there. Okay. All right. So here's what I got so far. 339 Canton time, Jackson and United, it's time to shine. There's snow. There's snow. That's the part where it's like get low. Of course, without a drum beat, it doesn't make as much sense. But yeah, but it's there's snow. There's snow. So in your minds, you can be thinking boom, 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 boom. Or sorry, wait, whatever it is. Sorry. Bum, ba, ba, da, 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 dum, bum, bum, bum. There we go. Ba, da, 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 dum, bum. Okay. 369, Canton time, Jackson and United, it's time to shine. And there's snow. There's snow. There's snow. There's snow. There's snow. Goes back and forth. Okay. So then to the window, to the wall, till the bartender's last call at the waterfall. Ah, sweet, sweet motherfucker. Ah, sweet, sweet. Okay, we know that repeats. Next verse. Okay, ready? You guys ready? So in the real song, it's like shorty crunk. Okay, so here, that's the next verse in the real song. So now we have, they all crunk and acting mean. Hold on, I'm trying to read my handwriting, which is a mess. Okay, they all crunk and acting mean. The Bryans both be rustling when they have too much to drink. Oh, that's funny. Sorry. I wrote this right before the live stream, so I haven't even like gone over it yet. Okay, they all crunk and acting mean. The Bryans both be wrestling when they have too much to drink. In their minds, everything's fine. They were at the bar together about 50 damn times. Literally, like in the song, in the real song, it's like something, she was at the club 50 damn times. So like, again, I'm trying to keep it like the same as the song, but like literally from trial content. That's what I got so far. Okay. All right. Brief break for that. Oh my God. Wow. Jello? What? I don't know what you're referring to, Blackwater. Okay. You're despairing. Wait, why are you despairing? Does that have to do with jelly? I think I'm also dehydrated. I need to drink some water. The clock just got me from drinking water.
So it starts off with the defendant. It said, everyone is happy at the Hillside, exclamation point. I responded, oh God, you avoid things. Defendant responded, it's just very, very complicated dynamic with the four of us.
Oh
He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I responded, I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Defendant responded, well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I responded back, I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard.
This is insane.
Then I said,
Guys,
I'm divorced since 2017 and have no kids.
If I could ask you to turn to the next page, 62, and ask you to read.
oh, okay. I see what you guys are saying with the jelly. Got it. Okay.
I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and I have no kids. Defendant responded, I try very hard, but they are very spoiled and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on NYE while we were away, and that has really affected me. I responded, what did he exactly do? Question mark.
Interesting.
Defendant responded, I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing someone about raising kids with an emoji. I responded, why don't you tell me? Question mark. Defendant responded, he was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over our friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse.
What?
Not sure. I responded, oh God, did they bang?
And ask you to turn to the next page, sir, page 63, if you could read from that.
Okay.
I'm in the blue.
Is anybody actually despairing or something? Because I like, what's the despairing? Or is it, I don't know. Yeah, I know. That's a good point, Super Planner Girl. Yeah, that's horrifying, right? God. Oh my God. And here he is like, yeah, I'm divorced and I don't have any kids. He's like doing an advertisement for himself, right? It's right, jelly. Yeah, okay, I see. Because in American English, the jelly is like jelly, like jam. Right. Either way, it's a thing that wiggles. I think that's the point of the song. Are you ready for the wiggly bits? Oh my God. Right, I know. It seems like that's maybe not so accurate though, right? Like, I mean, I don't know. From everything we've heard. Oh my God, so much stuff. DSN,
I said, did they bang? Question mark. Defendant said, so I was the kids celebrating New Year's. I think it's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. I said,
Okay, that's why she was mad, because she felt like he was going out without her on New Year's and she was with the kids. But that's interesting. How did that happen in the first place? But okay, that I see what that is now.
Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others?
So she felt like a babysitter or something. Okay. Maybe.
Defendant responded, I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere. W.O. without his.
Candace with the real questions. Thank you, Candace, for bringing us back to freaking reality, planet Earth, where we have lost all sense of time and place and normalcy. Asking here, are there any more timestamps, or are we just going to pretend? Great question.
Without me.
We're pretending.
But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They are constant, and it feels like a lose-lose. I responded, you clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you.
I mean, this is the first time they've been shown in the trial. I don't know. What are you referring to, Super Planner Girl? Like, yeah, this is, are you asking like if the witness knew this was coming? We heard about the story. We heard about snippets of this from the perspective of the sisters Sullivan, in terms of the Bermuda or whatever, oh my God, Aruba, that thing. But this entire thing is all new to me. It's news. Like the extent of their communications. This is the first. Okay. So I wouldn't be able to answer that because I ignored the public.
You. Defendant responded, yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Began to respond, you can vent, babe.
What I will say is that, like, with us, and then most of the people, like, in terms of LawTube also, the thing is because we're all in the same position, which is having not got, we went all went into this. I say we like it as if they know me. That I don't mean it that way. I mean, I went into this with no background information, as did everyone on LawTube who I enjoy watching coverage from, all in the same position, knowing nothing. And then it's the same with many of the people who are watching those channels. So I think that while you could be right about the public having found out about it, it wouldn't have been within my realm of knowledge, and probably for others as well who are just relying on the trial stuff. So
if I could turn your
Oh
attention
my
to
God.
the next page 64, ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin.
Exactly. What's the question for Monty Python? Like, does she weigh more than a loaf of bread? I can't even remember Monty Python right now because my brain is so fried.
And sometimes it's thankless.
Normally I
responded, Defendant responded, you probably felt that way too.
I see what you're saying.
responded, I did it time.
I see what you're saying, Super Planner Girl. Yeah, I can't answer that question. DSN, who we don't know what his status is right now, he would probably know though.
It was one, not two, thankfully.
Oh my
Defendant
God.
responded, want to grab a drink? Question mark.
Don't go drinking.
I
more.
responded, if you gave me some
No,
notice, I could have.
Drinking. Bad.
Defendant responded, you in capital letters said you were adaptable. I responded, I am, but
I'm going to make an executive call that they are not responsible enough to be drinking. Just saying.
my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get?
Additionally, I will say that the kids, as I've been calling them, Brian Albert Jr. and his friends, they seem to be okay. They make smarter decisions. They make sure they have a ride. However, the adults in this trial, all of them, need to probably be staying away.
Your way. Defendant responded, that sounds like an excuse. I really get my way.
Yes, absolutely. Wicked step.
As far as her invitation, is that something that
Holy
occurred
fuck.
on one time or more than one time?
I believe it was more than one time.
Okay,
At any point in time other than the two you.
Okay, I'm just pausing it real quick to say, so here, I think it was Fender that was asking, and Fender's not here anymore, but there's John O'Keefe's brother, there's John O'Keefe's sister-in-law, and there's the Chad Daybell Doppelgänger fellow, I think. I think that's him, yeah.
Already counted as far as going over to Mr. O'Keefe's house for the football game, or the defendant stopping by your apartment in West Roxbury. Were there any other occasions you went out over the defendant's house or out with the defendant by yourself?
No, never.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 7.
Well, yeah, but y'all were sexting the fuck out of each other, basically. Pretty much, right? I mean, Jesus. And I'm sure we don't know the half of it. Probably.
Defendant said, are you single? Question mark.
Wow.
I responded, yes.
He already said he
Defendant
was.
said, I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? Question mark, question mark. I responded, you getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me, ? Defendant said, and on vacay and
Why is this still, okay, question. Why is this still a point of contention? They have been arguing, or I don't know if arguing is the right word. They have been going back and forth over how did she get his phone number, and is it weird that she's reaching out to him since the very first conversation. And at this point, I have no idea how long it's been in time or space. But we've seen all these other text messages. I'm assuming that they've already, this is chronological order. Maybe I shouldn't be assuming that. But in other words, why are they still arguing / discussing this? Like, why is this? This is so weird to me. This is so, I've never even had a conversation in my life with anybody at all about this. There's this confusion over why someone's reaching out. I've never experienced this. This is weird.
probably a few other occasions. I responded, it should say you didn't really beg. Defendant said, I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? ? I responded, why would I have thought you had any interest in me? ? Usually do it.
That's a good thought. However, if there is evidence that's been altered in any way. So for example, a text message thread, right? As an example, or even if it's like a string of pictures, the way that it's first obtained as a file, for example, like here's this thumb drive with all these, whatever, if anything's been changed or removed from that, then it's now a separate exhibit. Good example of this is, for example, think about when we were watching the waterfall bar videos, or the footage from like John O'Keefe's house or body cam. Remember how many times they have to stop and say, and they give another number, and then they say, okay, now we're going to go to here and blah, blah. And there's a lot of stopping and starting. It's not just all one thing. That's an example of where the original evidence, if you will, video in these cases was one long thing. And because they cut out, I mean, in those cases, it could have just been there was nothing relevant, right? Or just like people driving when it comes to body, whatever. They cut out long portions that aren't relevant. Now that they've altered it, it's now anything else is a separate exhibit. So if there was knowledge to the attorneys, right? Like if it was known that these were altered and things were removed, then they would have to be submitting separate exhibits with different identification numbers, and each one at a time. Because we've seen that with other things where it's been kind of like grueling, like why does it have to be each one? It means that something else was changed from the original. So, but it was a good thought.
Usually do it when they do live with,
Hi,
usually do it when they do live with someone. And then I said, do not do it.
It's horrifying.
Defendant responded, maybe, maybe not.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct you to page 77.
Oh my God. They just keep coming. They just feel it's like we live here now. We live here.
I said, I could go on, but I do not want to pump. It should say your shit up too much.
God, what
Defendant responded,
happening?
thanks for saying that, but low comps at the Hillside.
Comps? I still don't know what comps
I responded,
is.
you know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places.
That's mean.
The defendant responded, John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly, with an emoji of somebody throwing up. I responded, what? Defendant responded, yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops, with another emoji. I responded, Jesus.
It gets worse.
Defendant said, he's like Christ. Are you guys hooking up? ?
It gets worse.
And I said, OMG, great.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 78, sir.
I responded, I don't need drama, dude. Defendant said, no, it's fine. I responded, seriously? Defendant said, I'm serious, with an exclamation point.
Man.
I said, you legit planted one on me. Defendant responded, I know where the cameras are anyway.
All right. Oh, interesting. So now she's saying she kissed other people, like as in it was a friend kiss. So there could be discrepancy over that. However, it does seem like they were sleeping together. But I will say this much. If that's true, John figured out they were hooking up, this could explain a lot, in the sense that they were both drinking. Maybe Karen wasn't there because she was like, I don't want to see I don't want to see them get into it. They get into it, right? I mean, John O'Keefe and Higgins, maybe, right? Maybe it's just a fight over a girl, which it never would seem like that was the case until after seeing these text messages. Now that seems like maybe so. Maybe it was a fight over a girl, and then shit got out of hand, and the drinking. And also we have the text thing where he threw that controller. So maybe he gets angry or violent, loses his temper. Right. That's what I'm saying, Super Planner Girl. This actually could be motive for him if they were fighting, because she wasn't there, right? The two dudes were fighting. She dropped him off. Like, that seems to be clear. So, oh my God, I just.
Duh. And then it was OMG Bruins with an emoji after that. I responded, so your slick move isn't on there with some question marks? Defendant responded, course not. I responded, oh my God. And then I said, I almost, an emoji with somebody throwing up.
What?
Defendant responded, it was a peck anyway. I kissed Kerry and gay Jeff too.
What?
I responded, yeah, weak. I agree.
I'm really
Now,
confused.
as far as
Really confused.
cameras at
What's
Mr.
weak?
O'Keefe's house,
What's
is that
weak?
something that you were aware
Oh
was
my God.
there prior to that conversation with the defendant?
No, not that I recall.
What's weak?
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 79.
Right. I know this makes it seem more like motive for him, really, because the thing.
Defendant said, LOL.
We do know that dudes are going to fight over a girl, and we know that she wasn't there, but we do know that he was. So this actually really is making it seem more like him. Or like, okay, let me say it this way, that potentially John maybe confronted him and just even asked him. Who knows, right? If John knew that this was going on and confronted him at that party and they both had been drinking, but more especially this homie right here, not a homie. He's not a homie. Higgly Wiggly. Yeah, that definitely, I think that if I were the defense too, I would really hammer the whole thing with the nephew and throwing the video game controller, because that would show having potentially how he behaves when he's drunk and doesn't remember shit and he's belligerent and he throws shit, right?
Well, funny. I responded, so now he is jealous of me, question mark. Defendant said no with an exclamation. I told you, he likes you a lot. I said, which makes this worse, question mark. Defendant said, you said or did something at the bar last week. And he goes, I like Brian more and more. I responded, I think he's a good dude too.
Fucking hell.
Defendant responded, yeah, he is. I responded, funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me?
This is disgusting.
You will just confuse the shit out of yourself.
God.
Because I'm a lot of fun.
Does he sleep at night? I don't even know.
Now, sir, the he that you're referring to in those
I'm running out of
conversations,
words.
was that just for clarity?
John O'Keefe.
You know who it is.
If I could direct your
Lally.
attention to page 84.
Look at John O'Keefe's brother. You guys,
Read from that page.
look at them. Now, I wonder, check it out. We've seen, other people have pointed out, I've seen other people point out like that, at least initially, perhaps at the beginning of the trial, that maybe they were kind of side-eyeing Karen or whatever. But look at this. This is an I've been asking myself a question, not out loud. I've been asking myself this question when I'm thinking about this case. Here's the question I've been asking myself. What is going to happen if and when John O'Keefe's family realizes that maybe it wasn't Karen and maybe it was one of these fuckers, people, testifying for the prosecution who killed their much loved family member and then lied about it and then blamed it on somebody else who's innocent. Think about like the amount of injustice that potentially could be here that we are kind of processing. But let's just say for these people who are the victim's family members who hadn't that, and understandably so, you would want to hope the prosecution has it right. I don't blame them at all. You would, right? I mean, it's like, but then imagine for them the fallout. If they're watching that, you guys, I'm getting goosebumps because I've been wondering for myself, if and when that moment happens, what's going to happen. But look at this, where my mouse is here, and look at this dude. And look at where they are looking. Y'all, I wonder, could be a moment. Like, I don't know. This could be a moment where it changes for them. This could be a moment where it changes for them. And you know what makes it really disgusting and worse is the fact that this person testifying is supposed to be helping justice because this is someone testifying for the prosecution, right? Like, in other words, justice for John O'Keefe, right? Like, I just don't even, I would agree, Oksana, with that. And I also agree with that. Like, this is a different situation. I think that probably initially it was more like the type of normal type of, resentment, if you will, towards the defendant when you think the defendant was involved in killing your family member. This is like, you've got to be fucking kidding me because you've been lying type of thing, or whatever. I mean, you guys can describe it however you want. It's a lot. There's a lot of layers here. Like, okay, what am I trying to say? The sense of betrayal from a fellow law enforcement officer who was your brother's friend and is testifying for the prosecution. And at what point are they going to start to realize, wait a second, hold on, what about the integrity of the prosecution, right? For calling, because then imagine the downfall of this, the domino effect. If they realize, and this starts to sink in about this dude, it can, by default, it's everybody. They were all lying for each other, right? Like, in other words, it's not just this dude. Imagine how it's going to unravel if they start to really, if this sinks in about the implications and that, like, everything that they've been told is a lie type thing. I don't know. It's just, yeah, and I totally see what you're saying here. Oksana saying, as inappropriate as it is, I can understand a woman who feels wrong seeking out attention from someone else. But for him, though, that's not a friend. I agree. I totally, and I think that's fair because that's fair, because if it was the other way around in terms of the genders, you know, that's how it would be, right? So I think that's fair. Yeah, Super Planner Girl says people throw the word friend around a lot. I don't want friends like that. Well, and in this trial, as we've seen a million times, they're using it as a thing, right? Because some people are like, yeah, we weren't friends, when it's like, clearly you were friends. And then the opposite. We were really good friends when it's like, well, I don't know. And then sometimes they contradict each other and it's just a mess. I mean, it's really hard to tell who's friends with anybody. But we do know that he was over at John O'Keefe's house a number of times. We do know that there were text communications and whatnot. And then he also seems to consider John a friend, or he says it. But again, that's not, you know, here's the thing. Back to like Chad and Lori and the storm. The thing is that people will do really dumb things when they want to get laid, I think is also part of it. People will do really dumb things. And again, they're acting like teenagers, right? When they want to get laid and then add a lot of alcohol into the mix. Because it could be that maybe this dude is not that shitty of a friend. Now, I'm not saying excuses or justifies any of it. Obviously, it doesn't. What I'm saying is that I think it speaks to just how bad other things can be. Like, in other words, that maybe let's just say, just take hypothetically, maybe not even here, but like, let's say that there is a really good friendship. We've seen this, right? There is a good friendship, an actual legit friendship. My point is that people's wanting to get laid, and then especially if you add making poor choices like drinking a whole lot to where you just don't even remember what you did. We've seen this in other cases and in other situations where it will ruin friendships that were real friendships. Again, I'm not saying that this definitely was a real friendship, but what I'm saying is, like, it just speaks to the catastrophic outcomes that can happen and consequences that can happen because you're being led by your storm or what have you. Okay, let's keep going. Oh. Hey, bye, Oksana. Thank you for being here. I know, right? Don't cringe too hard.
I said it was fun. Defendant said, wow. I complimented you today.
Look at them. I don't think they've seen these text messages because look at them trying to read it. Holy shit. And there's Chad's doppelganger. Wow. 2
with a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. I said, and kicked my nuts in. Defendant said, OMG, how? I responded, if I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I'm all set with that's. And then I said, in quotations, that's fine, but I am not asking again.
What?
Defendant said, well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool. So right now I'm asking again with some type of a, I think it's a smiley face. I responded, coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. The defendant responded, now equals not.
I don't know.
That sounds good. I responded, that's trouble. Defendant said, why? Question mark.
I don't know what any of that means. That sounds, I just don't.
Direct your
What
attention
is
to
happening?
page 90.
Now equals not. I mean, was there a typo that was deleted? That's the only thing that
9-0.
That was a typo, but it was deleted because we didn't see a typo. So
the defendant said, no, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. I responded, no, you are sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have gotten carried away. Defendant said, you in capital letters said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite.
Oh.
And I responded, oh, okay.
I'm just going to pause it to say I literally guessed her age was 42. I think that was hours ago, potentially, when Somebody asked how old she was, maybe Fender. And I said, I think she's in her 40s. And I said, I think she's 42. And she's 42. So that's good. That's good.
Defendant responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. I responded,
Stop
you're the
drinking.
master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it, meant to say give it up.
What?
Defendant responded, I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of cop DM mindset.
He does not
And
know
then
how.
said, been through.
Sorry. He doesn't know how to say carpe diem. I guess that shouldn't be all that surprising, but still. He doesn't know how to say carpe diem. Mother of God. How can
If I
it
direct you to
get
the next
worse?
page 91, sir.
It just keeps getting
Defendant said, what am I avoiding? Question mark. I'm not afraid to be direct. I responded, some of my questions. Defendant responded, okay, which? Ask again. I said, nope, tricks are for kids.
What the fuck are you
Defendant responded, I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up.
This is the weirdest fucking type of conversation. Are they understanding each other? I'm not understanding. Like, what the fuck is tricks are for kids? Is that an inside joke? Is that referring to the cereal? I'm so confused.
I responded, okay. Defendant said, I can't say that? Question mark. I said, of course you
What are you
can.
talking
Defendant
about?
said, did I miss any other questions, sir? Question mark. Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Question mark.
Stupid.
Defendant said, yeah, on my second.
Obviously,
I
you're
said,
not-
show me what you got.
I can't even. I can't even.
And if
I
I direct your
can't
attention to
even.
page 99.
You know, I'm telling you what, though. I wonder if anybody involved in any of this regrets potentially how much they were drinking at these certain times and seeing what happened. Just saying. I agree, Candace. It is exhausting. I agree.
And that's
And it's still going. Somehow it's still going. How? How?
Defendant said, none of that is true, exclamation point. I'm not talking to other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him, BC, I guess, because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married,
So why
neither are
is she
you,
calling
neither is
herself
John.
Single?
I responded,
Does she mean single as in
was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning, question mark? What do you want from me, question mark? Defendant said, that's just how I think / feel. You don't need to approve.
This is
I've already
this type of conversation. I do not understand what's happening. This is so weird. What is happening? I'm so confused, you guys. I've never had interactions like this. I just don't understand.
answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I responded, I'm not judging you, never have, never will. Defendant responded, you shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Either there's things that are missing or they're making a lot of assumptions, or maybe they're also talking on the phone while sending these, and then there's context we're missing.
So
I don't
now
know.
direct you to page 102
Weird.
and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, I'm assuming point is that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating them, and we have no intention of ever getting married. The point of dating is not to get tied down. If you're not confident, you should be, in my mind anyway. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. I
What?
responded, okay, so he is cool with you dating
what?
other people, question mark.
I am so confused.
Defendant responded,
She's saying she's okay with him dating other people because I thought she was pissed about thinking everybody. I'm so, I think this explains it. Super Planner Girl says they are incoherently. Yeah, I mean, this is a nightmare. This is a nightmare. This is a nightmare. I don't know how one lives amongst this type of communication. Like, how does one? I don't get it.
and I'm not
I would rather stab
happy
my
per
eyeball with
se,
a pencil.
just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he's seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same way. And you probably feel that way about
Why can't people just say? Why can't they just say what they're thinking and stop with the bullshit? This is so stupid.
whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. I responded,
No,
okay.
none of this is normal.
Defendant said,
None of
you
this
don't
is
agree with
normal.
me? Question mark, question mark.
None of this is normal. Let's
If I
just get
direct
that on
your
the
attention
record.
to page 107
Nothing about this is normal.
and ask you to read from that, sir.
Oh my God, no, don't, no, more drinking, guys.
Defendant said, at a bar, question mark. I responded, I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Defendant said, probably after 8. I responded, okay, if you don't wanna, that's fine, no pressure. Defendant responded, I will a drink. It looks like I tabbed the bubble with a question mark. I then said, what do you drink? Question mark. Are you out now? Question mark. Defendant responded, sorry, I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. I responded, haha, send me a pic of you two.
What? Who?
Now, you had
Who's
testified
two?
earlier about some
Who's now?
occasion
I can't
prior to the
control this.
28th when the defendant had come over your house in West Roxbury.
Y'all,
correct?
Yes.
y'all.
This page that you just read, as well as some of the successive pages after that, is that sort of arranging for that to occur after she goes out or leaves from a friend out in Boston.
This is insane.
I believe she was out with a friend that night in Boston, a female friend. Yes.
And that evening when she came over your house,
That's
about
disgusting.
how
I
long
wanted
she
a picture of both of them. I think ladies in the chat, we know what that's about. Fucking deep breaths. Deep breaths.
Sure.
Not long.
And so what happened when she arrived, or what if
I
anything
can't
that
with
you
people like
talked
dudes like this.
It was kind of more of this. It was
Send me.
it was a kind of a, wasn't an interrogation. It was a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about? Again, I mean, you know, I'm not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I take responsibility for them.
Do you
But,
though?
you know, John was a friend at the same time. And
Oh my God, y'all.
I certainly wasn't, if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of the
I'm
relationship.
sorry. I don't have a code red, but like something has to have. I don't know. I'm just like in my brain. I'm like code red, like EDB style. Like this is we have so many things. What do we have? Do we have anything that could even be a temporary emergency code red? I don't even know. I can't, you guys. Listen to him. What's going to happen when the camera pans back to John's family? I don't even. We need goats. We need all the things. Oh, okay. Actually, I know what I can do. I've got an idea. Hold on. I have a new sound effect, guys.
We're done here.
It's the best I got because I'm done with this bullshit from him, basically. We haven't even gotten across, I know, but oh boy. Okay. We got to be getting close to the end of this, whatever this is, right? Like, right?
Now, you had testified earlier about some occasion prior to the 28th.
We need to hear
when
again.
the defendant had come over your house in West Roxbury, correct?
Holy
Yes.
God.
This page that you just read, as well as some of the successive pages after that, is that sort of arranging for that to occur after she goes out or leaves from a friend out in Boston.
I believe she was out with a friend that night in Boston, a female friend. Yes.
And that evening when she came over your house, about how long was she there?
Not long.
And so what happened when she arrived, or what, if anything, did the two of you talk about?
It was kind of more of this. It was
Oh, great. That sounds
it was a
lovely.
kind of a, wasn't an interrogation. It was
That's
a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about? Again, I mean, you know, I'm not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I take responsibility for them. But, you know, John was a friend at the same time. And I certainly wasn't, if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of the relationship. But I wasn't going to have somebody utilize me and weaponize me against somebody that I liked.
There we go.
And it was just a weird experience.
Thank
It was.
you, Nightbot. Thank you,
I don't even
Nightbot.
think either one of us finished a drink. It was, like I said, it was this type of like, what is this all about? And then she left. I think I might have asked her to text me when she got in, so I knew she got home.
Now, that evening, or at any other point, in your friendship or your relationship, whatever, however you want to term it, was there any other sort of intimate contact beyond what you've described occurring as she walked you out that night you were over at Mr. O'Keefe's house for the Patriots?
Are you asking if she ever kissed me again?
I'm asking if there was any kissing.
So I have a thought here too, because like basically it's implied through these text messages that they had sex, but he's not been asked that directly in terms of like, did you guys do whatever? And here it's interesting because now he's like, did you have any intimate contact? So let's see how is he going to be evasive? Because is he going to say that that wasn't referring to sex? I mean, what's he like? I wonder if the defense, okay, my point is this. I wonder if the defense can directly ask him, like, did you guys have sex? Because I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that would be smart or not. Literally, this is so bizarre to me. I don't even know.
You know, I'm not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I take responsibility for them. But, you know, John was a friend at the same time. And I certainly wasn't, if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of the relationship. But I wasn't going to have somebody utilize me and weaponize me against somebody that I liked.
See,
and it was just a weird experience.
Disgusting. You're not doing anything wrong, but Karen is. That's what he's saying.
It was. I don't even think either one of us finished a drink. It was, like I said, it was this type of like, what is this all about? And then she left.
Stop it.
I think I might have asked her to text me when she got in. So I
Not
knew.
to mention, we all know you actually have the hots for Brian Albert Sr. Sorry, I had to. We have to, like.
She got home.
Now, that evening or at any other point, At any other point in your friendship or your relationship, whatever,
This was the
however you want to term it, was there any other sort of intimate contact beyond what you described?
intimate contact,
during that she
okay?
locked you
Is
up
he going
that
to
night?
deny that they had sex? That's my question.
Are you asking if she ever kissed me again?
I'm asking if there was any kissing, any sexual relationship, anything at all between
See?
yourself and the defendant.
Absolutely not. In referring to at my residence when she stopped by, it was just, I was very uncomfortable, and it was just an uncomfortable situation. I just
So this is interesting. I was thinking he might say this. Here's why. Okay, what is y'all's opinion? Given these text messages, do you think it's clear that they did something besides kiss or not? What do you guys think? Because what I'm thinking is if any reasonable person, by which I mean a juror, would look at these texts and be like, yeah, they definitely hooked up. By him denying it, here's the position that he's putting. Again, remember, if in the thinking along the lines of if would she have to take the stand to be the only way to get certain information? And it would be putting her in a position where in order to refute what he's saying, she would have to admit to it type thing. That's what I'm wondering if, like, I don't know. It's interesting because it's like the texts say one thing, but he's saying a different thing. And I mean, but I'm curious to know what you guys think. Maybe the texts don't imply that. Maybe I'm
weird vibe. That's the best I can describe it.
And lastly, sir,
I mean, it sounded like things happened.
Turning your attention to the last page, number 118.
I mean, it really sounded like things happened physically, right?
And there's a couple different
You were
dates
over
from
at each
the
other's
middle to the bottom of the page. Is that
houses,
correct?
There is.
You mentioned
Ask
you
you to
looking
start
good. That
reading
I mean,
from,
I don't know.
excuse me, where it says Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m.
I will also say this. We've learned now that there is surveillance footage of them doing things like kissing or whatever. So we should be seeing that, right? To prove some of this or what it is or what it isn't, right? Like there's like they've already referred to it. So
Defendant, so Sunday, January 23rd at 9:40 p.m.
Oh, wow.
Defendant texted me, phone works, and then an emoji with arrows going like both ways. And I responded, thought you were all set, question mark. Defendant said, with talking, question mark? No.
oh,
I said, are you sure? And she
oh,
didn't
wow.
respond. And I believe I said, that was it for that,
Candace,
the 23rd. I'm sorry.
don't torture. Oh my God, dude. I mean, it's another one of those things where it might, if it becomes necessary to prove that she didn't murder somebody, then it becomes not, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Again, it's like you if you own up to the certain things, you know, I don't know. But this is remember when he was saying the unwell from before? Like, here's the unwell, just for reference, because didn't make any sense earlier. I see now where that, but it is weird though, because it's like way after, right? Sunday, January 23rd. This is the following weekend. So that actually makes it seem again like things are missing. That makes it seem like text messages are missing, because how would anyone understand what that's a response to when so much time has gone by?
So then the next date that
swear.
any text communication was sent between the two of you would have been Friday, 11:32 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. That would have been when we were at the waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well,
That's from you to her. Is that correct?
yes,
And then the next text communication is the following day, or Saturday, the 29th at 11:54 a.m. Is that correct?
yes.
And who was speaking in that communication, and what it said?
Oh boy.
That is the defendant, and the defendant said John died.
And did you respond to that at all?
Didn't he call her Karen the
No.
rest of the time, and now he's calling
Did
her
you
the
have any
defendant?
other
Or am I crazy?
communication with Ms. Reed following receiving that text message on January 29th?
No, I have not.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman.
That doesn't make it any better. Is that it? Are they done? Holy fucking shit. Man, y'all, this is
Sir, if I could,
no, he's not done.
a couple more questions for you, taking you back on the early morning of January 29th, when you had
Wow.
waterfall to Fairview, and then you were leaving from Fairview. If I could turn that portion into your mind. When you're pulling away from the residence, the period of time that you were talking about as far as the plow being down and scraping a little bit on the ground, can you recall that?
I do.
About how much distance are we talking about with respect to that?
Distance less than a foot, I would say. I mean, it's real quick. I heard it.
And then as far as when you familiar with an area in the front of Mr. Albert's property at 34 Fairview, where there is a flagpole and fire hydrant?
I do know where that is. Yes.
And as you drove by the house that evening, where were you in relation to?
It doesn't
that
matter.
part of
He's a
the-
fucking liar anyway.
When I drove away,
Yes.
well, I might have been I was in the street. pulled away, so that area would be on my passenger side.
And so more what I'm asking, sir, is as you pulled away, did you pull away alongside the curb? Did you pull to the middle of the street? Or where did you direct the vehicle to go as you were pulling away?
Like any other time, I pulled away from the curb, and
Like
that's kind of a, I mean, it's a one-lane street, so to speak, and nobody was coming towards me, so just pulled out into the street, drove away.
Wait, didn't he describe the thing scrape? I don't.
I may have a moment.
Y'all, I don't. This is a mind fuck right now. It was already a lot, but like, what is going on? My guess is they're gonna break. I mean, he's
No
still,
further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
I'll see you for 1 minute over here at sidebar before we
He's
begin.
still
Jurors, feel
alive.
free to stand up and stretch.
he's still alive, which is really a surprise. Oh my God, no! They start cross. Why? What?
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Oh,
Who did
y'all!
you come here today?
Hold on. Okay. I was expecting them to take a break and they go right into cross. All I have to say is this. Props to Alan Jackson, for being able to jump right in and not take time. I mean, I'm sure he already knows that, but like still, I know. I've never, right? It's also asking a lot of the jurors. I can't fucking believe this. They're going.
With Mr. Higgins?
Oh my
Who did I
God.
travel to the courthouse with?
Who did you meet here?
It's like asking someone to run 2 back-to-back ultra marathons. But like, this is honestly probably worse than that even.
An attorney, my attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you for your testimony as a witness in a homicide investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trial, I should say.
Sustained.
You brought your attorney with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were his attorney. My mistake. Where's your attorney?
Ooh,
I don't know. He might be in the courtphothouse.
Is he in the building?
That was smart.
I don't know where he physically
That
is
was
right
smart.
Okay,
That
you're
was
not telling
smart.
me anything that you said to your attorney. Did you meet with him this morning before your testimony?
now. Yes.
Did you meet with him during the break? Again, don't
That-
tell me what you talked about. but
That
did you
was
meet with
really clever way to get that in by being like pointing. He did that on purpose. He pointed to a random dude and then like is like, oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were his attorney. Where is he? That was so smart. That was so smart.
during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
And obviously the subject matter, again, without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No.
How many conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
1.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half
In person or over the phone?
in person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney,
Wow.
victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Tristin Collins,
It's a different vibe from Jackson. so
ADA
far.
McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
I did
Wow.
not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
You guys, are you noticing a different style of questioning from him? Like it's different. This is very different. I don't know how to quite put it into words. I will think of the words, but my brain is still fried. But this is a very different, something's different about how he's approaching this. It's interesting. He's got like he's like on a mission or something. I don't know. It's hard to say. I'll think of the words. Don't worry,
So you're
guys.
watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
Not that I saw, no.
He's like
You had
on a
an
different.
hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I
It's
did hand something to
really-
Lieutenant Tully,
It's
but he
really focused. It's really focused. It's interesting.
didn't take any notes
Wow.
in reference to what I handed him.
What'd you hand him?
I handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Anything having to do with this case?
Well, I believe so.
Was that turned over to Mr. Lally?
No, I turned it over to state police.
Wow.
You want to maybe approach for a second?
Oh my God. Also, that's never the best. Like, oh, there's the family. My God, this is so much. So he just learned new information. Jackson did, right? Like there's some information that something came in that didn't get turned over. He couldn't have even known that was going to happen, but he that quickly with 3 questions uncovered that. So that's impressive. Let me go forward. I missed what it even was, but I'm sure we'll hear. This is
Anticipation of your testimony?
This is like watching him on his A game, right? Like that's what I think this is. This is like maybe he's like one of the most important, cross examinations potentially. I mean, that he might for this trial probably. I mean, I don't know. It's just his approach is very deliberate. That's another good word. Very deliberate and very. He's not wasting any
uh,
time.
as a photograph of the
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, we're back. We're back.
Other than
Oh
that
my
piece
God.
of mail that you handed to Lieutenant Tully, was there any other exchange of documents or anything like that? Were you shown anything in anticipation of your testimony?
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph of the exterior of 34 Fairfield Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of
Oh, boy.
papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format, so they were easier to read.
And these are the
Wait.
screenshots that you just
So
described.
wait, is that what they're talking about? Are they saying the defense did not have those text messages? There's no way. There's no way.
On the
Surely I'm wrong.
exhibit.
Well, as I said, he showed me the stack, said they were the text messages. They were in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater Field Office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continue to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief.
I called that.
You-
Remember, personal relationship. Remember, I was like, yeah, it's a favor. I think this dude had a lot of favors, but that's exactly where I had a feeling that would be the best place to go first with this. It makes a lot of sense because you can't just jump right into the content of the text messages, right? You just can't.
This office as a courtesy, is that right?
So if I can explain,
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
Yes.
well, working partnership, I would say.
Courtesy.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Oh boy.
Yes.
In June of 2023. Right?
Thank you, Jim.
You explain. Look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
Did
It was born out of
tragedy,
a family tragedy that he was aware of.
horrible tragedy. Yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
And in addition to just having an office there, you also had a key card access, correct?
I did to get in and out.
What was the name that you used? You said it was a proxy card?
I think it's called, I think in the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you had both a physical office and full access to Canton PD, all based on the friendship and relationship and convenience. The friendship and relationship you had with Chief Berkowitz and the convenience that he wanted to give you for having that office there, correct?
No, I wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes.
You had ingress and egress to the Canton Police Department.
Yes,
You could go in and out of the Sally Port.
I could.
You could go upstairs to Chief Berkowitz's office.
Yes.
You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
How have they
Yes.
not had
And
lunch
then you could
yet?
go out to the
Okay.
Sally Port, into the Sally Port, across that.
My brain. How have they not had lunch yet? Also, because I was assuming lunch, I didn't even realize what time it was. I assumed they were going to take a break for lunch, and then that's when I would probably take a break, as in go do all my life things, because I have got to get ready for lessons. I didn't even realize it was almost 2:00. How are they not gone to lunch? Add that to the list of confusing things from this morning. Wow. Okay. All right, guys, this is crazy. This has been crazy, to say the least. I do have a stream scheduled for tonight. Is that tonight? Yes, tonight. After lessons. Yes, after my lessons. I do have a stream scheduled for tonight. It's the final recapping week 3. So, but we'll have some time to digest this, which is, I'm sure we'll be doing that. We're going to digest this. We're going to digest it together. I think it's 8:00. My brain is a mess. Because this went a lot longer than I was planning to, I don't know that I'll have the recording for the song done yet, which I promised you guys I would, and I feel awful about it. I thought I was going to have a little bit of time. Again, I have all his lyrics, as I've already read to you guys, but I thought I was going to have time to record it with the guitar. It might be that will happen by tomorrow, but because now I'm like really behind on everything else. Okay. Wow. All right, guys, y'all are the best. Thank you for being here. Thank you for offering me and each other support in trying to understand this complete and utter mess and disaster. I know but I've got lessons in 10 minutes and I haven't had time to do anything to prepare. So, and poor Frodo hasn't been out, so I got to take care of him. But y'all, love you guys too. You guys are the best. I'm so glad we get to watch this together. Thank you, Candace. I think we had a lot of, I love you, wifey. I think we had a lot of fun / horror together, appropriately. And it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I know we're all in shock together. We still haven't heard from DSN. DSN, I hope you're okay. We love you, y'all. We will reconvene tonight at 8 o'clock. I love you guys, and I'm going to roll that outro, and I will see you guys soon. Thanks for being a squirrel friend. Yay, squirrels.